Good morning, everybody. Welcome to Ninja Trader Live. My name is Jim Cagnina, Senior Market Strategist, and I am joined by our Senior Economist, Tracy Schuchart, aka Shy Girl. Shy, good morning. How are you?
Good morning and happy Halloween.
That's no costume for you, I see.
So I was going to do a surprise costume and then I chickened out and you were it. But I chickened out last second.
Oh, yeah, that is super awesome. Well, it is Friday. Capital Preservation Friday. We're going to finish strong this morning. We have some great guests coming up, including Dan Gramza and Pax, of course. But more importantly, what happened over the in the news over the night, over the evening?
Well, well, we have Amazon and Apple restore faith in tech. So we have futures U.S. benchmarks rose as Amazon jumped 13% in pre-market trading, a move set to add about $300 billion with a BE to its market value after reporting fastest cloud unit growth in 3 years. Apple also climbed on a revenue beat and upbeat holiday forecast. Nasdaq is up this morning, pulled up by these names. Meanwhile, NVIDIA was speaking, Huang was speaking this morning. They announced huge new partnerships with Korea's biggest film firms, extending the global push to expand artificial intelligence. So we have NVIDIA up this morning, although they did say that kind of on that front, NVIDIA says that they still hope to sell those Blackwell chips to China, though currently has no plans to do so. Again, those chips are under export controls, first imposed in 2022. I guess he said that no decisions have been made. The U.S. government said you can come to us with a plan, but he said I have no plans to do that. So still no hopes to sell Blackwell chips to China at this juncture. What else do we have? We see options traders see S&P 500 treading water in the next 2 months. I guess the biggest option expiries in late December are clustering around 7,000, which would put, the index up 19% in 2025, but that's just a 2.5% move from Thursday's close with 2 months to go. So 7,000, everybody, I think that's kind of a psychological level anyway that everybody's watching. We have oil heads for the third monthly decline as dollar rises. Obviously, we've talked about this before. The big story is glut. We do have a big OPEC meeting this weekend. Consensus is they're going to add another 137,000 barrels. We'll see what happens with that. Then President Donald Trump also said that China has agreed to begin the process of purchasing U.S. energy, adding that a very large-scale transaction may take place involving the purchase of oil and gas from Alaska. Now, that has not been confirmed by China, and crude oil doesn't seem to actually believe that right now. That said, I thought this week would kind of be a sideways market anyway, waiting for this big OPEC meeting. We have a special guest on Monday, just very quickly to go over that meeting in OPEC Insider, so that'll be interesting. We also have gold. Gold's recent sell-off appears to have been given away to consolidation phase around $4,000 per ounce, which typically sets the stage for a fresh leg higher. We've had volatility has cooled sharply, and it spiked above 3. It's back near 1.9, pointing to calmer conditions, and a market that's kind of starting to get its footing. In previous cycles, we have seen with similar assets, they followed maybe 12 weeks of consolidation with kind of between a 6 and 8% band before the momentum returns. So everybody thinks that it is very possible that by the end of the year, we see higher gold prices once again. But in the interim, this has got a great two-way market for gold right now. And so,
Yeah.
jump in at it.
Yeah.
Again, we have three different gold contracts, you guys. The regular contract, the micro contract, and the 1 ounce gold contract. So if you're not used to trading it, start
Yeah.
small and, check out that market. And then, shockingly, after the big soybean purchase news, comes with a little bit of a caveat. Chinese negotiators said that they will only make soybean purchases on market prices, kind of widely seen as a potential for a way out for Beijing, allowing China to bypass U.S. supplies if they aren't price competitive. This is not shocking. We saw this back in 2018, where China said that they were going to buy a boatload of grains from the U.S., and that never appeared. So be careful on these watch those soybeans.
But Shy, Trump said that the meeting was a 12 out of 10.
And
So what could go wrong?
I know. But I wouldn't be surprised if we start seeing little bits and bobs kind of drop about these sort of things
Yeah.
after this great meeting and everything's fine. And then last but not least, we have Michael Burry posts after years. You know him from they did The Big Short. He shorted the housing market 27. So he posted after years. It's making the big rounds in the X-verse. He said, sometimes we see bubbles. Sometimes there's nothing to do about it. Sometimes the only winning move is not to play. And so there's all sorts of speculation going on the X-verse on what he means exactly. But that last line is actually a line from War Games, from that movie War Games in 1983. Do you
Yeah.
want to play a game? Yeah. So
I'm old enough to remember that one, Shy.
right. So that is the news roundup for this morning.
Awesome. Well, is this call by Trump for the crude oil in Alaska situation? Is this the same as him saying it's a good time to buy crypto?
I don't know, perhaps. We did have that bounce after Wright said it's a good time to buy. Christopher Wright, the energy secretary, said I think it was the end of last week or the beginning of this week. I can't remember. It's all running into one another. But he said, oil's cheap right now. And then we did bounce from like that 56 area up to 62.
Yeah.
So we'll see.
Yeah. Yeah. Sticking with energy for a second, Shy. I mean, natty gas is up over 3% again. Any insights there? It just seems to be rolling right now.
I know it's gapped up again. I think this is just more indicative of it's one, a seasonal play. Two, I think there's a lot of hopes on LNG exports for the United States because we're going to have more capacity by the end of this year and into next year, actually into 2028. But a lot of new export capacity is being built out right now and due to come online very shortly. It's a seasonal trade, and there were a lot of shorts in this market. So I think it's a kind of a triumvirate of things happening in that market right now.
Yeah. And then let me just ask you, we got a couple minutes left. Dr. Copper's been bouncing around this 5-spot 1 level for, a few days now. Is this just kind of random sideways, not confusion, or is there a real move here?
I think this is just a hurry up and wait and pause. We all know you talked a little bit about Dr. Copper yesterday in the evening with Stowe. And it is called Dr. Copper because it's sort of a bellwether for the health of the economy. That said, moving forward, we really do have some supply and demand issues right now that really we haven't had in the past because of all the new demand coming online for all of this electrification, for all of these data centers, and for electric vehicles. And meanwhile, we have aging mines, and the ore quality is not coming out as good as it once was. And the mining sector has had a lot of lack of capex. And it takes a very long time to get a mine from permit to actual producing. So we do have a supply deficit issue right now.
Yeah, that makes sense. Well, Shai, listen, thank you for everything this morning. Super awesome. You have a great weekend, but I will talk to you a little bit later today. So take care, and I'll talk to you soon.
All right. Happy Halloween.
All right, all right. By the way, we have Cooper, Paulie, and Engineer Bear, first three to chime into the chat. You get a special shout out, you guys, three amigos. You're always there with us. We appreciate you more than you know. Thanks for being here with us. Everybody in the chat, thank you for being here. Everybody listening. I have the privilege right now to introduce a special guest who's been on the show before, not nearly enough, but we have Dan Gramza, Gramza Capital Management. Dan, how are you?
I am doing terrific, Jim. Great to be with you.
Every time I see you, you look better and better. Like it's like you're doing the reverse aging here. What's going on?
I'm not sure about that. Talk to my body about that, but we're, hanging in there.
Oh man.
Thank you.
That's good. Well, I'm glad you're here with us today, and a couple markets that I wanted to go over with you today. One of them is gold. We could start talking about gold. Gold was a story, right? We were looking at I don't know if it was almost a parabolic rise or not. We hit that apex and sold off sharply. What's your insights to what's going on right now? Tracy was suggesting, well, maybe we're a little bit, settling in right now. It kind of, I don't know if it's a psychological level or not, but at that 4,000 level.
Well, I think what's interesting about gold, and you're right, it's up over 50% for the year. And I think of gold as an excuse market. I mean, what really drives gold? It needs uncertainty. It needs a reason to do something. It's not really a supply demand type market. So for it to back off a bit, not surprising. Things have calmed down. So from an economic point of view, nothing unusual. But Jim, the thing that's been, I just think, fascinating with the gold market is what happens with the central banks. If we think about their action, well, let's look at the last quarter. Uh, they purchased 28% more than they did in the previous quarter. So the third quarter purchases were up 28% from central banks. And the leader of that group, Kazakhstan. So
Really?
yeah, how about that? If you look back, if you look at the 90s, actually, central banks were net sellers of gold. Uh, you know, Bank of England was a big seller of gold. But if you look at around 2010 forward, central bank purchases have really gone up. And I remember being in Germany teaching a course for some banks, but I had a break and I went over to the Bundesbank to see someone who had attended previous classes, but I was there just to have lunch. He was an analyst and with one of his colleagues. And the question I asked was, how much gold does the central bank need? Is it necessary? And if it is, how much? Why? We just batted it around. Nobody knew the answer to it. I mean, the last country that used gold to back a currency was Switzerland, and that was in 1999.
Mm.
So, what is happening? Why do central banks need gold? And we're seeing that trend consistently continue. I think one of the big reasons for that is de-dollarization. If you look at Russia and China, they say, doggone it, we don't want to use the US dollar anymore. I mean, look at Russia. We have $300 billion of Russia's money. And why does that happen? Because it goes through, the economic system that we have for banking. And a part of that is if you trade dollars, if you make transactions in dollars, we can touch it. And we've seen it with that. And they felt it with that. So if you look at our commodity market, it's all based in dollars. So if you're going to trade it, you're going to use dollars.
So Dan, though, does this taper off though if, once trade relations with China gets to be normal again and then the heat's turned down a little bit in Russia, Ukraine?
No, I don't think so. It's a great point. It's a logical point, Jim, but no, I don't think so. Because of that long-term attitude of not wanting to use the dollar. And if you look at it, if you look at Brazil, India, they're all talking about getting away from the dollar. And if you look at these countries, they're saying, well, wait a minute, we don't use the dollar and we could use crypto. A lot of them are looking at creating a crypto market, but let's go back to gold. Hmm. So, how about this deal? I'm Russia, you're China. We do a transaction. And I say, how about if we do it in the value of gold? I will send you the dollar equivalent in gold. I don't have to use anybody else to do it. It's just
Yeah.
between you and me. So I think that's the game plan, and I do not see that changing anytime soon.
Yeah, yeah, I have a couple thoughts on that. I mean, this is just a daily chart that I have up here, daily candle chart, simple, no bells and whistles. And
Mhm.
since, we hit that peak, I don't know, the 20th of October, and prices are trading eight over 8.5% lower in a very short time frame. I mean, how difficult is it? And I think this might be a problem with crypto also, is to run a payment system when you have your base so variable, so it moves in such big chunks.
Excellent point. And you're right on target. Is it easy to do? No, it is not. And it's very cumbersome. It's to make non-dollar uh, exchanges is not easy. It still is a part of 90% of international transactions involve the US dollar.
Yeah, I mean, I see the guy at the grocery store with the price stamp, changing prices on the loaf of bread every, you know, 5 minutes.
Yeah, yeah, you're right on target with that. So it is what we're seeing in our everyday life. But I think from a broader economic point of view, the central bank purchases, we're not seeing it cool off. And we are seeing countries like Kazakhstan, they've been buying a lot of gold for a number of years.
Mhm.
Central banks have been averaging about 1,000 tons of gold purchases a year. That's about where we are. Is it easy to make these transactions? No, it is not. Is there a certain comfort in having an alternative to dollars as a central bank for reserves? Possibly so. Is there still a concept that gold represents value? It represents a time of a safe harbor when we have uncertainty. Now, we've seen some uncertainty taken out of the market globally, geopolitically, with some of the things that have been settled over the last few months. So that calms the market down a bit. The central bank seems, the US central bank seems more cooperative in terms of maybe lowering interest rates. We see the ECB and Bank of Japan leaving interest rates alone.
Yeah,
So that outlook, I think, has been somewhat stabilized. So some of that driver for gold did back off a bit.
yeah,
Is it super bearish for gold?
yeah.
No, we're not really seeing that response. And you hit it earlier, around $4,000 seems to be the magic number for gold right now.
Yeah. By the way, I don't know if you saw this or not, but the Eurozone CPI came out this morning at 2.2, so they're at target.
Yeah,
So they're probably not moving rates around anytime soon. And the other factor I want to throw out there is because Kazakhstan, did you say?
yeah.
Great freestyle and Greco-Roman team. They always show up at the World Teams and do really well.
Really?
Yeah, but my other factoid, which I'm very proud of, is I think Italy might be number four in terms of reserve holdings in gold, their central bank, or at least they were the last time I checked a couple weeks ago.
Well, if you look at reserve holdings, if you think about who's got the most
Yeah,
gold, United States, Germany, Italy, you're number three, France, Russia, China. Those are the ones that are the top six for reserve holdings for central banks, and it's a very interesting part of that market.
Yeah.
And so I think it's kind of stable right now. Like you said, with the ECB, they're near their objective.
Yeah.
And it's okay, then talking about central banks, what about the US central bank? Powell has said, okay, we lowered it 25 basis points, but you know something, we may not be lowering it when it comes to December. And there still is inflation. Are we at the magic 2%? No, we're not. Is unemployment possibly increasing? Yes. So, and if you think about the US central bank's job is to keep inflation in check, keep stable employment marketplace, and keep the prices stable. So they don't want too much volatility. So I think the action that we've seen so far is not surprising from our central bank in terms of its action. So going back to gold, do we have that imbalance right now? Do we have those uncertainties to drive gold? No, I don't think we do. And one more thing, Jim, and when I think about that is silver. Silver, in terms of volatility, can lead the way. So if you're going to trade gold, keep an eye on the silver market. It can provide a clue about what may be ahead for the precious metals.
I just pivoted to a silver chart. I'm still on December. I'll have to fact check that, but I'm kind of looking at it right now. We do have that same kind of systematic look and feel from that, September 17th. I think it looks like silver moved a couple days ahead of that gold move when gold was peaked out. So it did lead a little bit, but we do have that kind of same systematic like retracement look and then consolidation sideways right around that 49, 48, 48, $49.
Yeah, it's an interesting piece of the puzzle. So I think we want to keep an eye on that one.
Okay. Well, Dan, let's pivot. I want to talk about if I could find my soybean chart up here,
Oh,
because it's been in the news. We're, Shai was mentioning the situation this morning with what is the real commitment behind the supposed trade deal that was cooked up yesterday or the day before. This chart here, I mean, we started this rally again middle of September, October, and it's been a fierce rally up now. We're at 11 over $11 a bushel right now.
yeah, it's a very interesting market in terms of where it fits in, where it fit in to the negotiations that Trump had with Xi. But the confidence in it longer term, that becomes the challenge. Farmers don't have a lot of confidence about what can be happening with China. They're happy to hear it. And there are some limitations. They were saying 12 million bushels this year, and then 25 million bushels for the next 3 years. In all these agreements, there are time limitations, not forever.
Yeah.
Rare earths, yes, for the next year, the door is open. And when it comes to beans, what's also interested, corn and wheat were not included in that agreement. So and if you look at the global supply of beans, corn, and wheat, we don't have any shortages. And we're in the middle of the harvest right now, or towards the end of harvest. So if you look at global supplies, they're in pretty good shape. So when it comes to what China's going to do, I mean, you think about it. China, for example, they shop like you and I shop. If Marianne, my wife, sends me to the store to buy something, I may shop a little. What's the best price for the best quality or what I'm going to get? Well, China does the same thing. If you look at beans, where do I buy beans? And who's going to give me the best deal? Who's got the best quality? And then you got to throw in that political issue
Yeah.
as well, right? So if you're them, they look at United States, they look at Brazil, which is the largest producer of soybeans and exporter, Argentina, Paraguay, they have choices that they can go to. So where do I get the best deal? And that's also that undercurrent, I think, when we look at commitment. And I can see why people are a little tentative in terms of China following through. They don't have a good record for doing that. But one thing too with that, when I think about that, is in Trump's first go around as president, they also had agreement for purchases, and he was staying on top of them about making those purchases. Then it got a little lackadaisical. So now he's back in looking at this deal and hopefully staying on top of it, keeping the pressure on. And then I think the confidence can start moving up. But yeah, beans aren't
Yeah.
cheap, but
Yeah. We're a
we
long
got a
way.
lot of them.
We're a long way from the end zone on this, and this story is going to play out across more than just soybeans for sure. But if we have this big this big supply now, and we can't find markets, farmers can't find markets for this because the commitments aren't going to happen. Then what then this price is going to start moving, right?
Yes, yes, it is a supply demand situation. So you're right, Jim. It'd be logical for that to back off if we're not seeing that kind of order flow coming into that market. But I don't know. I'm a little skeptical. We've seen some numbers coming out on supply, for example, that says the expectations for soybeans are down a little bit compared to what they thought the yield would
Okay.
be. And that could add a little influence in here as well as we finish that up and see what's available.
Yeah, and how is the U.S.'s competitors holding up this season?
If you look at Brazil, they had some weather issues, but they're looking good. Argentina is in the same boat. They did have some dry conditions, but it seems like all their markets have really covered well in terms of yield. I mean, it's like wheat. We've got a lot of wheat globally. We have a lot of corn. So it's hard to see dramatic moves in those markets. And maybe, Jim, maybe as soybeans does continue firmer, which is the expectation, it may drag along corn and wheat as well.
Yeah. We got a couple minutes, so I want to pivot over, talk a little bit more about interest rates and about the 30-year Treasury bond. I'm going to pull up that 30-year chart right now. I don't know if I don't want to use the word disappointed, but the market, after the FOMC and after the presser, we had a pretty big, almost a two handle sell off and Treasury bonds. Yields are back up, of course, over that 4.6% on the cash. Um, and what do you make of this kind of reaction to a rate cut?
Reasonable. I you know, but when we think about it, what would be the expectation? Well, if interest rates are going down, we would expect prices to go up,
Yeah.
right? And is there anything unusual in that regard? So it seems not out of whack from my point of view when we think about that. The bond market, it's cooled off a bit. It's down a bit right now, but I'm not looking for a big move down. I think it's right at a level that we could start going sideways. We're losing a little bit of momentum on the downside, but I think the action we've seen so far is on target. So I'm looking for more of a sideways market here. I think we're at value when it comes to bonds.
Got it. Well, I have a couple. Yeah, we're right in my support zone right now. And we're kind of, we have a baby candle so far. Today it's Friday, maybe not a lot of action. We have some Fed speakers later on today, but probably not, we're still waiting for that data to come back in. And
Yeah.
Hopefully we'll see it pretty soon. But we are up against time, Dan. Always a pleasure talking to you. Known you forever. Give Marianne my love for sure.
Same to
She's a
Charlotte.
wonderful woman. Way too good for you.
I
Uh,
agree.
anyway,
Yeah.
Dan, I'll talk to you later. You have a great weekend, man.
Hey, thanks, Jim. You too. Great to be with you.
All right. That was Dan Gramza. He is an institution in the commodity markets, the futures markets. He's been around for a long time, taught me a lot of stuff over the years. So we're lucky to have him and glad to have him. So, but it's time. It's Friday, and we do have Capital Preservation Friday, Ferragamo Friday, Unfiltered Friday with our very own Pax. Pax,
Jimmy,
how you doing, brother?
seriously, I never know when I'm on this thing. Listen, I said it in the chat probably 20 times. It was great talking to Dan a little bit before we started. I have learned so much from him. There are a lot of very, very important people in this business and a lot of real big players that listen to Dan Gramso when he talks. Google him, you guys. He taught me technical analysis at CME. I took a lot of his classes, almost all of the classes that he offered. And at first, I didn't know. I mean, everything. It may have been Hebrew to me. I had no idea what he was talking about. But in the very first class, I remember I was lost for sure. It was just a basic technical analysis class. But what he said was, and this has stayed with me ever since, is that to prepare yourself, to be prepared as traders, because every trade that we make has the potential to make our wildest dreams come true. And conversely, every trade we make has the potential to crush us financially. So that stayed with me. And I still quote that a great deal. I communicate with Dan a little bit through DMs and stuff. But man, he is absolutely a legend. And I mean, it was great to listen to him, great to hear him. And of course, my thoughts kind of line up with Dan too. So and who am I to question Mr. Gramza?
No, I know. He's the man. But anyway, wow.
Really?
And who am I to question you? I mean, you and Dan are up there. I mean, this is going to be a good session today. I think there's a lot of, what are you thinking about just kind of the sentiment today in the equity markets?
I don't know. I think that we drift. I think we're drifting. I think we're in a drifting market without a whole lot of momentum or volatility. And, except for a little back and forth stuff like with earnings and things that we saw yesterday late in the day, or, the other day on the Fed day and the indices. But, the story is still in the metals. That's where the trade is. It's not so much in the energies, except for natty gas, the widowmakers.
Yeah.
If you're not, I just tweeted a little bit ago, when you're wrong, price is irrelevant. When you're wrong, GTFO, just get out. That's true in the NASDAQ. That's true in the S&P. That's true in any market you trade, but especially true in markets that move quickly, like NASDAQ and natty gas. Don't average, don't wait, don't hope, just get out. Price is irrelevant when you need to get out.
Yeah.
So anyway, I think that my sentiment in the S&P hasn't changed. I think that the S&P trades up to 6980. I was a little bit surprised at how we gapped and went last week because I thought, well, shit, maybe we'll get to 6980 quickly and then we'll target up to 73 even. But I still think we drift higher. We trade 15 handle increments back and forth, and we achieve that 69 handle level, and then we churn that for a little bit of time, and then we'll see some downside volatility. And if we can get above 69.80, then we've got some room to run. We do have, and we'll have some volatility.
Yeah, I got a PAX line at 69.83. It's close enough.
That's the price. Yeah, that's the price. I just say 69.80 to kind of even it out. And in the NASDAQ, the corresponding price, or the price, the ultimate goal in the NASDAQ on the upside, it was 25,907. So that 25,907 is the equivalent or the matchup, the way that I talk about it, and the matchup in the S&P at 69.80. So 25,907, and we're 300 points above that. So the Nasdaq is leading in this leg of the rally. Above here, the Nasdaq targets up to 27,240. So we've got some room to run in the Nasdaq, 27,240. So that just shows that the Nasdaq is a lot stronger than the S&P since the quarterly pivot that we were speaking about last week in both markets. And we kept churning that in the S&P, that 66.58 quarterly pivot. I was tweeting about it so that all of you guys were able to keep watching it. And we've talked about it in the show for the last couple of weeks since we were trading in that area. Last 3 weeks, actually, we've talked about 66.58 being the quarterly pivot now since September. But now we are solidly above that price. We will target up to we will target 69.80. We will trade there as long as we're above that price.
On the NASI though, I got a PAX line at 26,445-ish. Is that still a level to look at?
Oh yeah, sure it is. 26. Okay. Yeah, absolutely. We need it's a swing level. It's an important level, but it's not a real big macro zone. There's a lot of I also talk a lot about not picking tops and not picking bottoms. I prefer to, I don't prefer, I'm a better short than I am a long. I don't prefer the short side. I'm a better short than I am a long. And that's, there's a lot of reason for it. And I think it just goes back to when I started trading, we had the tech bubble and then the tech revolution. We're in the AI revolution right now. And everybody was talking about, the inflated prices in tech, but they'll never come down. They'll never come down. Well, we came down, and we talked about that a lot. So anyway, people that sold those rallies got destroyed. And then the people that ended up buying the dips on the way down, they got destroyed too. The Nasdaq made the high in 19, and this I still think that we're trading like that. That we're trading like 1999. That this is 2025 is a not a carbon copy. There isn't any, but it's very similar to the 1999 chart if you look at it, especially in the Nasdaq, because the Nasdaq was just ran every day. We made a high of 48.82 in March of 2000, and by October of 2002, we had broke 87% down to 790.
Yeah.
It took 6 or 7 or maybe 8 years of financial repression and trillions of dollars in stimulus and quantitative easing to be able to achieve that level again. It wasn't until 2017 that the Nasdaq made it back to that price. So the markets can remain irrational a lot longer than anybody can remain solvent. So trade the momentum. Don't trade your opinion, and don't buy dips. Don't sell rallies. You'll get killed eventually.
Yeah, and the parallels aren't perfect. I mean, the dot-com bubble that took about 4 to 5 years to burst. I guess I'll use the word burst. We're still early days here with the AI revolution. So
well, we are, but take a look at the chart. I really do. And there's a lot more uncertainty in the world, and Dan talked about that with gold. Gold needs uncertainty to move, right? Or to rally. And look what we've done in gold. And we had that gold swing, pegged from, we've been talking about it for months since we started here in March. We had the swing in gold for us was 30. You remember this price, 33.33. We kept talking about it. Got to be along there, short below, underneath that. But above there, that was $1,000 ago from the high that we made last week at 43, at 44 even.
Yeah.
The price that we had been talking about for a long, long time, and then the swing lower took us down to 39.60. So I've been flat gold. I was long gold and intraday short gold. I'm still long gold long term, but intraday short gold in my trading account flattened at 39.60.
This is why I love the PAX lines, because it's the gift that keeps on giving, man. Look at this. 1, 2, 3 days in a row. What do we see? 39.60. Yeah.
Well, it was tricky to trade though. I got long there, and again, I paid for them, stopped out for a scratch. I got short there. Yeah. Paid for them, stopped out for a scratch, bought them again, took some expenses, sold them again, took some expenses, and then they went. Okay, I'm not going to continue to trade it, but looking at a chart, going back and looking at the chart, I'm going to see that price. I'm going to say, boy, I wish I was long from there. I should have just put in a $60 stop. I don't trade that way. I would rather buy them above 40.40 sometime today. I want to buy them above 40.40. What is today's high?
Yeah.
Today's high is what? It's 40.40. Okay, so
Well,
40.
the high, today's high, hang on a second. Let me just put intraday. We have I mean, it's been kind of a tight range, but we opened up Globex last night. We hit that Jack's 2 level 40. We did hit 40.60, it looks like. And now we're down to 39. It looks like we're trying to drive back up above that London initial balance right now. Let's see if we can get there again.
For trading purposes, I really don't care about the overnight high. I know a lot of people do. I don't. I care about it when I have a position on because I'll have resting offers in or resting bids in. But during regular trading hours, right now the high is 40.2, and that's what I'm looking at. I want to be long above 40.40, technically speaking, because we got another $100 in it before we break. So I'll buy 40. I'll buy them above 40.40 if I'm paying attention to it. There we go. I'll buy them above 40.40 and then take them up to 41.46. And then maybe, I mean, that would be an interim swing in my mind. And then above 41.46, then we're going back up to 44 even. So above 40.40, it's for another $100. Above that, it's sky's the limit. And if we get two closes above 40.40, we got another like $1,000 in the trade. We need two closes above. I'm sorry, 44 even. If we get two closes above 44 even, above that high, above that swing target that we talked about, then
Wait, you're saying 4,400?
Yeah. If we get two closes above that, we got another $1,000 in.
That's on my upper monitor right now.
Yeah. We got a lot of room, a lot of places to go, man. I mean, there's gold. There we go. Now, silver is also a great trade. All right. How many of you guys, did anybody buy gold? What's gold's OR? Silver is also a great trade. The price that we now, Dan, now silver is a separate market. Silver trades, than gold. Silver trades under its own, its own steam. However, there are correlated prices. And the quarterly pivot that we were looking at in silver was 46.22. There's a new one, and I'll talk about that in a second. But 46.22 was the old quarterly pivot, and we traded there on Monday, and it held. So when the when gold came down, 46.22 traded the quarterly pivot first, and it held. Gold came down to 39.60 and couldn't get it below it. That was an indication to me that we needed to trade gold from the long side again.
Yeah.
Silver held it, rallied Tuesday, rallied Wednesday, kind of churning now, and now gold held those big support levels. I don't like thinking in terms of support and resistance, but that's what they are. Held those big support levels or those big downside targets, or those, the macro levels that we were long above and short below, held that 39.60 level. So 46.22 coincided very well, matched up with 39.60.
Yeah. Yeah. And I have 49.70, 49.98, and 50.36.
Yes.
Yeah.
So also now silver, for those of you trading silver or gold, gold's quarterly pivot now is 39.83. So write that down. You're long above that, short below it. 39.83. Okay. So if we make it back down to 39.83, you're long gold.
39.83, you said, right?
Yes. Now above that, we've got 40.40 right here. All right. And then above 40.40, the next target is 40.87.
Hang on a sec. Let me get this on. I want to put this on my daily chart. All right.
Yep.
So you said 38.83, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
Are your charts up so everybody can see these levels?
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay. What's the, so then I have that. I have 40.40. We're north of that right now.
40.40.
Yeah. Intraday, what are we thinking after that on the upside?
40.87.
All right. I'm going to do this quick. PAX lines are blue, guys. All right, 40.87.
And these prices won't change, okay? They'll be targets forever. So if you bought 40/40s, your scratch stops are in. You've got no risk on the trade. You're going to take profit at 40.87. We go above 40.87. You're going to buy more, and you're going to take those up to 41.46.
Yep,
41.46.
let me get that guy in there. Got it. Thank you.
All right, and then the next intraday target will be 41.92. So you're going to take profit on the 40. You're going to take profit on the 41.46s at 41.92,
All right. Wow.
and then you're going to add above that up to 44 even.
So 41.92 to 44 even.
Yeah, a lot of room.
That's a lot of room, man. We got some option activity at 4,200. So I like that. Good target.
Yeah. So if we can get above there, then we've got another, what is that? $200, $200. I'll come up with different swing levels above that to be able to take some profit and add above. But those are the major and what I call macro levels. Those are the levels that won't change. Macro levels are swing trading positions that don't change. Everybody asks me what the the algorithmic rotations are in gold, and there aren't any. Gold I don't really trade gold from an opening range standpoint. I trade gold from a swing standpoint. So 39.83 to you take profit of 40.05, you add more above that up to 40.40, you add more above that up to 40, what was that price? 40.82 or 87, you add more above that. Yeah, you add more above that, and that's look, I think most of you are conditioned, by YouTube streamers and others that don't really know how to make money to scalp this shit, and you can't scalp it. Yeah, because when you're wrong, you're going to be wrong. You're going to be drastically wrong. You're going to be very wrong.
Yeah, by the way,
You
though,
got to take more out of it.
I do want to point out a phenomenon that's going on. Today's kind of a low volume day, but we have the classic size gold contract, which me and you look at. That's 110,000 volume so far today. We have the micro gold contract, which is 1/10 of the classic, and that has 327,000 contracts traded already. And when you compare that to any of the other micros, it's amazing how much volume is being done in the micro gold contract, which means that the bid-ask spread is good, right? Because you're going to have a lot of participants. And then the CME said, "Wait a sec, hold my beer. We're going to do a 1-ounce contract. We're going to do a 1-ounce contract, which is 1/10 the size of that." And when they do stuff like that, I'm kind of like, I don't know about this. But 31,000 contracts traded already today.
Yeah, I don't like the word retail traders, but retail traders like it. Independent traders like those markets. Hold my beer. That made me laugh. You should have said, "Hold my teeny." Here we go.
Well, I mean, you could literally, though, if you think about it from an investment point of view, I mean, how many people run out and buy, a 1-ounce gold coin? A lot.
Yeah, a lot of people do.
And
I do.
You accumulate them in your, I don't know where, your safe or in your sock drawer or wherever you,
Depositories. Keep your gold in depository. Buy gold and keep it in depositories, but depositories close to you that you can get your hands on it.
Or buy a 1-ounce contract.
Yeah.
It's right there. It's funny because there's a famous video that John Carter did a long time ago. I don't know if you know who John is, but he, simpler options guy.
Sure.
He's been around forever. Good guy. And he was buying all this silver. He had literally one of those Costco carts, the kind you push with the handles, not the basket, but the kind that's all right, I'm going to get some heavy duty stuff and put them on this cart. He did a video of him pushing it to his car or his truck. He was going to cash them in, and he's like, "It's so much easier just to buy a futures contract."
No, I'd rather have this. I'd much rather have the physical silver. So Ira Harris and Judd Hirschberg. Judd taught me how to trade. Ira and Judd were young. I think they were trading in the gold pit at the time, maybe in the currencies. This is in the late 70s, before the gold pit ended up moving to New York because the Chicago guys robbed it blind. But anyway, they took delivery on a silver contract. So they had to go to the Federal Reserve and pick up the silver coin. they had bags of silver coins. These
Yeah.
two young kind of, the way that I think about it in the 70s is that Ira and Judd were just cool, young,
Yeah.
hip dudes with
Yeah.
some money. And Ira tells a story. He had like a Toyota hatchback car, and that thing was dragging its ass down LaSalle Street to CME when they loaded up that car with silver coins, and they ended up selling them to the bags to traders and things. And I wonder if Ira
Yeah.
still has that. But I love that story. When it tells that story, it cracks me up every
Speaking
time.
of speaking of Ira, did you know Ira Epstein?
Yeah. Oh yeah. Sure. I knew Ira. Yeah. Yeah. I knew that.
Dude, he shows up on Rush Street. Well, actually, the Viagra Triangle, I guess they called it, on a chopper with leather pants and a leather jacket. And he must have been 60 years old. It was a sight to see.
Somebody had asked. There's a bunch of traders in my Discord in my trading group that were on the floor with me, and somebody had asked, what was Wolf of Wall Street? Was it like Wolf of Wall Street? And this particular trader said that was Tuesday. Wolf of Wall Street was Tuesday for us, And so when Ira Epstein, when he had that kind of money, and you're running around with that kind of dough, man, money was no object. We were the kings of the city. Everybody wanted us in their restaurants. Everybody wanted us in their bars. Everybody wanted us around, because we spent big, we tipped big, we lived large. And that, my brothers and sisters, is why so many of us also died young and died broke.
Dude, Tracy just put throughout a fact that I did not know, and I gotta think about this for a couple of minutes here. She said she used to work for Ira Epstein as a broker. That's
Oh,
that's
that's
amazing.
awesome. I didn't know that, Trace. Oh, I want
Dude,
to
he
hear
had
more
this
Ira
office.
stories.
It was like the walls were like steel. It was like a steel cage. I don't. It was crazy walking in there.
To know where we're going, you got to know where, like technically speaking, to know where we're going, you have to know where we've been, which is why historical data is so important. For traders, I think to know where you're going, you have to know where we've been. And I think that's why our historical data is so important.
Yeah,
And to get to know
yeah,
these legends in this business, like Ira Epstein, Ira Harris, who's still actively trading, and so many
yeah.
others that we mentioned. In order to know where you're going as a trader, you have to know where we've been. And
Speaking about the
important.
historical data there, you got Larry Williams as the GOAT on that. I mean, he's got such great analysis on that.
Oh yeah, sure he does. Absolutely, he's one of the best ever, right?
Yeah, he's a nice guy. Him and
Is he?
Luis. So
I've never
so
met
nice.
him. I've
Yeah,
never met him. He was always an electronic trader. He wasn't a pit guy,
yeah,
so I didn't get to know him. But I know his work. I know, I've read a lot of what he did.
yeah,
Um,
yeah,
and his way of thinking has been instrumental in the second phase of my career. On the screen, off the floor. When I left the floor, after MF Global, I had to adapt my process to the screens. What worked, what didn't work, and what worked in my life, what didn't work in my life. I
right.
had to really take a hard look at that kind of stuff. Kind of like we're talking about all of these guys that, or I'm thinking of them, maybe not talking about them, but all of the guys that had big careers in life. When I tweet about how I'm not impressed with what somebody makes in a year, I don't care, 5 years or even 10 years. It's not impressive to me. I don't care what kind of car you drive. I don't care what kind of house you live in. What the only true measure of success is what you take with you when you're done trading for active income, period. End of story. End of story. So, I'm done trading for active income. I've made my money, and now it's capital preservation. That doesn't mean that I'm not going to trade. It just means that everything I do has got capital preservation at its very core. So I don't wind up doing to myself what I did in 2012. That was a slow bleed and then, blew up all at once at the end of it. That's not going to happen to me again. I've got stop gaps put into place. Plus, I've learned from traders like Larry Williams and others and how they preserve and protect their capital and continue to trade into their later years. I'm 57 years old. I'm middle-aged. I'm going to live to be 114. If I can make 80, I'll make 120, the way that, everybody seems to be changing the world. And that's what I want to do. I want to be like Leo Malamed or LB Stern. I want to be like Lee Stern. Lee's 100 years old and still trades. He lost like 20 million when he's 85, made it back. Leo Malamed, if you guys, I've talked about it many times in the stream. If you guys don't know who Leo is, you must know who he is. None of you would be traders if it wasn't for Leo Malamed. He invented modern day futures trading.
Yeah.
Read his book, download his book. It's called Man of the Futures. You want to learn about this business? You want to know where you're going? You have to know where you've been. So read Leo Malamed's book, Man of the Futures. It's a great book. It's a good read. It's interesting about the second half of the 20th century, but also about how he took the futures exchanges in Chicago, specifically CME, and then eventually CBOT, into the modern era and turned the second city in Chicago into the hub of the world for futures trading and for managing risk.
Yeah. Well, let's pivot over to the Treasury bonds for a second here. We've got this FOMC. We had ended in QT or whatever the macro reasons are, but we had a really nice sell-off right now down to that 1632nd level right now. What are you thinking about the bonds?
I want to see 116.24 in the bonds. I'd like to get long there. I'd like to buy that dip with a stop right below. I'm flat bonds. I'd like to buy bonds at 116.24 with the tight stop just below it and to get short. I think it's super interesting. The high of the week, I think, on Wednesday was 119.06. I think
it was. Yep. You nailed it, buddy.
So, I mean, we sold off. The low today is 117.05. We've sold off 2 full points in the bonds.
Yeah.
It's like the S&P with a 400-point move, I think, or maybe 300 points. That's a huge move in the bonds. The 30-year bond broke 2 full points. It's huge in a rate cut environment. I'm not. The macro I'll leave to Tracy and to Craig, but why'd they sell out? Because Dees is off the table. The Dees cut is off the table. Okay, whatever. The fact is that it's been a great short, quick trade. If we make it down to 116.24, you take the money, flatten up, and then look to reverse down there. I'm not a reversal trader, but if you're gonna do that, you're gonna do it at 116.24 with the stop with a stop just below it to get short.
Well, yeah, I mean, today's low, tapping right on that 50 EMA, that's it. That's at 05. So it's not a stretch that we can't hit this today.
No, yeah, I agree. It's not. But the bonds have been a difficult trade too, because at least for me, because they drift, and then they go. They drift,
Yeah.
and then they go. I don't like sitting in risk. So if I, especially at this point in my life, right? But even before this, let's say, let's say I'm long 117.16s and I want to be long at that level, and if it sits there all day long, I got to sit and watch it, and I got to, until I can pay for my trade, if we're trading at 117.16. So I'm just using that as an example. So if I can pay for my trade with 10 ticks, sell a quarter of my unit at 117.26, scratch stop, and then I don't care. Then I can leave. I can put my offers in above the market, and I can walk away from it. But if it's trading at 117.16 and I'm long there, and I haven't removed my risk and I have to sit with it, I don't like trading those. I like trading markets with momentum. I don't want to sit in a position until I can pay for it. Then I'll sit with it for weeks, months at a time. In some cases. But yeah, you know what I mean. That's how it's been trading.
You can see it on this chart. I mean, middle of August, sideways. We went sideways, range bound. Boom, we had a paradigm shift up, range bound. Boom, we had a shift down, range bound. Boom, we had a shift up, range bound again. So you're right on point on how this market kind of ebbs and flows.
Yeah. And then you sit there. It's not doing anything, and then I cover because I don't want to sit and risk, and then we're a point higher. And damn it, if I had just sat with it, or we get killed and we're a point lower, and then what am I going to do? So I want to. We had months, in the beginning of the year, and then even a month or two ago, where bonds were the story. And we were talking about here, which one is lying? Is it the bonds? Is it the indices? Which one's telling the truth? Which one's broken? Which one's not? But the bonds were a great trade then, and great momentum trade, great opening range trades. When bonds move, it is a phenomenal opening range trade because you can manage your expenses quite well. When it sits, I'd rather just leave it alone. Crude's the
Yeah.
same way.
Yeah. Before we shift over to PAX charts, I do want to, first of all, thank everybody who has participated in the Arena Cup qualifier 1 and qualifier 2. Qualifier 3 is Monday, and believe it or not, there is some seats still available. We can't take the whole world, but there are some seats. You could still register for that if you want to participate. I know, PAX, you're trading it on Monday, right?
I don't know if you'd call it trading, but I'll be there Monday. Yeah, I'll be there. Yeah.
Yeah. Well, no, I think Nick is gonna, Sarah, there's, a lot of us are doing it, and it's a lot of fun, and it gives you the ability to test out the different trading platforms. I mean, check out Stowe. Stowe uses all three of them. Stowe uses the desktop. He uses the web-based. He uses his mobile phone. When we met up in Naples, he had the Ninja Trader. He had the Ninja Trader app on his phone, and not the Tradeovate one, but the Ninja Trader one, which is super awesome. And he came up to me. He's like, "I want to get out of this position here." He held his phone up and said, "Hit the close button for me."
Yeah, no, I'm not doing that. I took all trading apps off my phone a long time ago. If I'm not in front of my screens, if I'm not in my office in front of my screens, I'm not trading.
Oh, not me. The last thing I do before I go to bed is I pull up the mobile app, I go across the board, I just see what, anything special happening in Globex, in the night session that time before I go to bed. And then first thing in the morning, open it up again. Right? I'm making my matcha drink. By the
Yeah.
way, I got an extra large one today in my Ninja Trader tumbler because I know hopefully you're going to show some spread trades and some other stuff. So I needed to be powered up for this because it's going to be awesome. But the
Oh,
mobile app's great, man. I love it.
it is great. There's a trader in my group, Pippi. He's known as Pippi Banks on Twitter. He trades gold from his mobile app, from his Ninja mobile app, and he has made a tremendous amount of money this year trading gold from the mobile app. It's just not for me. It encourages over trading and encourages me to gamble. And to me, this is a business. My screens are the brick and mortar of my business. And if I'm not in front of the brick and mortar of my business, I'm not going to. For me, Pippi, Stowe,
Yeah.
different. But I'm not going to take the dice in my hand and roll them against the wall and hope I don't crap out. And that's what
Yeah.
it's like to me. I won't trade on my laptop. We go on vacation for a couple of weeks. I bring my laptop just so I can watch the markets, and I won't trade on my laptops. I
Yeah.
need my screens up. I need to be in my element. I need to go through my morning routine. I need to. This is a business, and it's a very important business to me. This is how I provide for my family, and I have to protect myself from things that would encourage over trading or encourage me to treat this like a game. And that's what it does to me. I'm not saying that that's how Stowe is able to treat that differently, and so are other traders. It's just not for me though.
Well, and also don't forget, a lot of the younger generation is what, grew up with apps on their phone.
True.
We didn't even have phones.
I can
You know,
barely work mine.
my first phone was a bag phone for my car. I had to have an antenna put on to as I was driving around. That was probably 19. I'm going to date myself a little bit here. I'm going to go 1991 or two.
That doesn't seem that long ago to me, man. You're talking about it like you're Gordon Gecko. Shit. I mean, it seems like yesterday. God, Lee.
I
That's
know.
before I
Yeah,
went
I
to
know.
the
With the
seminary.
brick phone. I
Yeah.
love it, man.
I
I
still
love it.
have my my brick phone. I still actually have it. I had it up on my desk for a long time. I don't know. I think my wife,
Wow.
hid it from me, but
No,
yeah, I still have
don't
it.
get rid of that. That's a museum item, man. That's going to go for some
No.
big bucks on eBay one day.
I've got a garage full of shit that's going to go for big bucks and on eBay someday. That my wife just drive my wife crazy. Come on, we got to declutter. Declutter what? We got a gigantic garage. We get full of shit. Who cares? We could still
Oh,
put our cars in there.
Gordon Gecko special, man. I love it.
Jeez, you remember pulling out like the first flip phones? When I bought my first Mercedes, it was yeah, they had the Star Tech phones in it. It was 2000, and it was the first Bluetooth like technology. So it was a StarTech phone that plugged in into the headrest into the car. So I can and there was a dial pad on the dash. I can dial, talk to my wife, drive, hands free, talking hands free. It was so cool. I thought it was so cool. Now it's like
You're probably being charged like $70 a minute.
oh, it was expensive, yeah. But it was, I'm telling you, it was the height of technology. Now, my God, it's like having that brick phone
Oh,
again.
God.
Look, I'm
This,
lucky. I'm lucky I can text. I'm lucky I can, I still
well,
don't know how to work
but
Discord.
those first flip phones though, they didn't have a full keyboard. So you literally like every number represented like four or five different letters in the
Yeah,
alphabet.
yeah, you wanted to get to J, you have to hit five like three times. Yeah.
Oh my goodness. Oh,
Oh,
look
that's
at look
funny.
at the chat. The chat's like, oh, radar from MASH. Yeah, it was a great show, by the way.
Cheech, I had great hair. I still have great. I mean, look at this. Look at the hair. My brother. I have a brother that's a year younger than me. He's 50, just turned 56. He's bald, and because he's bald, he looks 10 years older than me. And he's got a gigantic beard like Duck Dynasty. But still, I mean, look at the head of hair on me.
Yeah,
Dude,
I don't want to talk about hair.
yeah, I don't blame you. Put your hat back on. I saw you wearing a hat the other day. I thought that was funny.
Yeah, well, I thought my LA Dodgers were going to do it. Now I'm not so sure.
Yeah, how about that?
Yeah,
Yeah, how
yeah.
about that? You think President Trump is going to invite the Toronto to the White House if they win?
Ooh, not thinking that's a yes, but you never know.
I hope he does.
Oh yeah, I do too. I mean, why not? I mean, they have a terrific team. There's terrific players on that team, and they have a really good team.
They do. They do. It's fun to watch. It's been a
Yeah,
fun.
it is.
I think it's a fun World Series.
Yeah, for sure,
I,
for
I
sure.
thought I thought the Dodgers would run away with it.
Yeah. Yeah, for sure, for sure. Hey, let's switch over to PAX charts here, so you can kind of, I know we're getting closer to 9:30. We got about 25 minutes. And for the folks that are brand new, we do have some folks that are brand new today to Ninja Trader Live. Welcome. Thank you for being here. Any questions you have, any thoughts, any observations, type them into the chat. This is a great chat community. Everybody is super helpful to everybody else. There's not a lot of I call it moogie foogie going on in the chat. It's a super super strong community, and we're just glad to be a part of it. So some people at PAX might not have seen your setup. You got a couple trading letters and a chart up.
Look what Spider wrote. He said 51st state. Why not? That made me laugh. That made me laugh. All right.
I've never
So
been to Canada, by the way. Never set foot in it.
neither have I. Neither have I. I
All
don't
right, so
know.
here's one thing I want to do, and maybe you'll do it with me. I don't know. We could go to Canada in the winter, and we could hire somebody in their services where you get on a dog team, a dog sled, and you mush or whatever you call it, and you do a 3 day, out and back, and you stay at cabins along the way, see the wonderful sky, and I know but you wear parkas, you're not really cold. I would love to do that.
Okay.
Tex is
Take
like,
pictures.
I'm going to Riviera in
Yeah,
France. Fuck
yeah.
that.
Take pictures and let me know how it goes. You're from the west side of Chicago. I'm from the south side. That shit's not made for us. God Almighty, no, gracias, man. No, thanks. Listen, Canadians, I'm gonna sound like you for a second. I don't mean to offend you. I'm very sorry. You're always Canadians are so nice. They're always apologizing, right? I have no desire to mush a dog. Mush, mush. I've seen that, like the abominable snowman on those Christmas shows. He's mushing dogs. I'm not interested in that.
Oh,
I'd rather
hey,
sit in the sun.
Stowe is in the chat right now. He's like, I'm in it, man. I'll do the Yukon trip, and if you do, brother, I will bring all the Modelo's you could drink on these 3 days. It'll be a lot of fun.
The closest I'm getting to the Yukon Territory is Six Flags Great America in Gurnee, Illinois.
Oh, does that still exist, even?
I
Oh my
don't know.
God.
I haven't been there in a few years, but yeah. Oh hell
Oh
no.
man, oh man.
No.
Anyway, Yukon Cornelius. Um, you got okay. So explain a little bit about because again, there's some new people here, and you've got your opening range indicator up on the chart, and then your levels. Walk us through that.
Okay, so this is what I'm going to do today is I am going to trade the mini micro spread. And
Hold a
so I'll
film.
exhibit that. Yeah, I was talking to Sheb about it and Anthony the last week. It's very difficult to show on a chart. Now, I mean, look at here's yesterday's trade. So this is the opening range indicator. This is the opening range here, 66.87 to whatever that price is. I can't see it. 66.93, I think. So the first trade that we had yesterday was to the short side. Okay. Now, if you're trading the mini micro spread, what you're going to do is you're going to sell a two lot at 87. Okay. And then, and then you're going to pay for it. You're going to buy 5 micros. So you're going to sell 2 minis. You're going to buy 5 micros at 83 to remove your risk. So now you're short 2 minis and you're long 5 micros. You're going to take off another 5 micros at the first rotation at 72. Take profit on it. So now you're short 2 and you're long 10, and you're going to buy 5 more micros at 68.57 the third rotation, and you're going to, or the second rotation, and then you're short 2 minis, long 15 micros. Then the market comes back up to the opening range and you flatten up. And then when you get above that opening range, you get long again, and then you take those up to 08, and that's all we got. So I trade on the DOMs. Frankly, I don't know anybody truly that is a long-term profitable trader trading futures that trade on charts. Eventually, everybody will segue into DOMs, I believe, and this is the purest way of seeing price. It's the quickest way of executing. Ninja's got great DOMs. They're very quick in how you can get in and out, and that serves me very well because, as everybody knows, all my stops are RORO, right or right out. So I'm going to trade 2 lot minis right here, and I'm going to trade out with 5 lot micros. Remember, the ratio is 10 to 1. So for every 1 mini, you get 10 micros to trade out of. It's a great way to trade for underfunded traders or new traders. I don't see a need at all to trade these funding companies. I had a great conversation with a bunch of traders this week about why they trade them and the low cost to entry, right? That's how they sell themselves, is that it's a cheap way to learn how to trade futures. Okay, is it? Because eventually you spend $10,000, $15,000 on your credit card before you get a payout. And then they'll cancel it if you make big money and, ban you and all kinds of other crazy shit. When if you just move in, you use the simulator and you open up a small account with Ninja, use the simulator until you get it down, until you become consistent, until you find a process that's consistent, repeatable, and scalable, and that you become consistent within it. You learn how to manage your emotions, and then you segue into live trading, and you can do that by trading the mini micro. So
Yeah,
I'm going to exhibit that today.
Yeah, for sure. We're looking forward to that. And a lot of what you say is I agree with some of it. I think there's a role for some traders for the funding companies, and just like anything else, know when to hold them, know when to fold them, know when to kind of do the transition to your own account.
I see no need for them.
Yeah,
I think they hurt people.
I think you can do it right. I think you can get in there, you could do it, and then then make the transition. So, but anyway, I've never done it, but I know a lot of our friends have. So,
well, yeah, and sure. Now, I mean, I think okay. So here,
but me and you grew up with, hey, here we're going to give you this money to capitalize your account. You got 2 days to make it work, or you're out. We grew up in a little different environment. We were like, here's your money, go, and you better work it out. Otherwise the guy up in the clearing firm is going to be calling you upstairs.
Yeah, I tweeted this week something that my uncle already owned a small trucking company, and he was friends with Teamsters, he was friends with gangsters, he was friends with Yankee ball players. He was friends with everybody, and I learned an awful lot, not an awful lot. I learned a great deal from my uncle. He was an old Irishman that never lost his accent. He was just great. He's my dad's older brother, and he one of the things that he taught me was to walk into every room like God sent me. When I walked onto the trading floor, my knees were shaking. I was sweaty. I was scared. I was nervous. I didn't know a soul in that business. I didn't know anybody, but I walked onto that fucking trading floor like God sent me. Yeah. And because of that, I didn't have any fear. I worked my ass off, and there were 5,000 clerks on that floor, and everybody wanted to become the next broker or the next big trader. So I had to differentiate myself because I didn't have a rich uncle, nobody, or a rich father. Nobody was going to give me the money to fund an account. And so I had to act as if God sent me. And I did. And I had no fear. And I differentiated myself from those guys. Yeah, there was a lot of partying, a lot of blow, a lot of drugs, a lot of, all kinds of shit. I didn't do that. I went to work, and my mother had breast cancer surgery. I was at work that day. I'm not a doctor. I'm not a surgeon. The thing that I could have done to help my mother was continue to work and to move forward. I walked in that fucking place like God sent me. When I got my seat in 1997, after spending 3.5 years, I was nervous. I was scared. And I walked into the NASDAQ pit. I didn't know anybody, but God sent me. Nothing could beat me, man. And so I didn't want anyone backing me. I didn't want anyone taking half of what I made. I saved up my dough. My dad helped me too with a loan. I didn't know he remortgaged the house to be able to give me the money to trade. But the guy that I had worked for 8 years backed me. He gave me the T-bill, and I walked into that pit like God sent me. And when I went broke, after I went broke, I started trading 1 lots and 2 lots on the screen again because God sent me. I have no fear. I fear nobody, and I fear nothing. I've always wanted to be the master of my domain. This is my business. Every single one of you that are trading your own money, you're a small business owner. You are a small business owner, and you need to treat it like that, and you cannot be scared. You have to protect yourself in every instance. You can't YOLO. You can't diamond hands and all of the other stupid shit that has come, popular the last few years. You have to manage your business and protect yourself in every single trade because you are a small business owner. The brick and mortar of your business is your screens. The inventory that you need for your business is the money in your account, and you need to be able to protect that in the form and fashion of which I show you constantly in here. And you got $10,000 in your account. You're willing to spend 800 of that to make another 2 every day. That's it. None of you should ever lose more than 400. If you're trading 2-lot micros or 2-lot minis, none of you should ever lose more than 400. If you're trading 4-lot minis, none of you should ever lose more than 800, period. That's it. Because your good days are going to be 1,000, 2, 3, 4, 5, 10. Learn how to add your positions. You are a small business owner, period. Treat it that way. This is not a game. This is not gambling.
It's not roulette.
At all like it. Oh, sorry.
That's all right. It's all right. Take a deep breath.
I can't stand that shit. We own our own businesses. Treat it like that. Wake up every morning at 5 a.m. and go through a morning routine so that you know whether you're confident, carefree, fearless, and focused. You know whether or not you are in charge of yourself or yourself is in charge of you, and you're going to get your ass kicked if you're not on top of your emotions. You have a good day. You have a good day. The other shoe's going to drop. I'm going to lose money. No, not if you have a process that's consistent, repeatable, and scalable, and you live within it. I see trades take shape 1,000 times a day that I let go. And some of them are profitable, some of them are not, but I let them go because they don't fit the parameters of my process. I live within my process constantly because I protect myself 1,000 times out of 1,000, and that has enabled me to stay in this game. That has enabled me to rebuild my life. That has enabled me to rebuild my business. It has enabled me to be able to provide for my family in the manner in which I have.
Pax, talk about expectations for a second. When I was a commodity broker, and I was for a long period of time, I'd get, someone would want to fund their account. I got $3,000 in risk capital. My goal is to make $5,000 the first month. And I'm like, well, what's the ROI on that for a brand new trader? The expectations are important, right? So you have to set proper expectations when you're first starting.
Yeah, you do. You have to learn how. Mickey taught Anthony and I and thousands of other traders about the importance of breaking even. Something that Mickey taught us all was a scratch is as good as a winner. I see people talk about I've made 100% on or 20%. I don't know what that means. I've never ever looked at things that way, and I still don't. A scratch is as good as a winner didn't become important to me until I was on the screen. And I do that all the time, right? A scratch is as good as a profitable trade. I don't like the terms winning and losing. I don't lose money. I don't win money. I don't have winning trades either. I use that term colloquially just now, not in realistic. I don't like it because it's not a game. This is a business. So, expect to have your expectations. Learn how to be a break-even trader. If you break even, as Mickey taught us, your first year, you're ahead of the game. You break even your second year and your third year trading, you might be onto something and you can consider yourself a trader if you break even your third year. You have to learn how to manage your expenses. Then you have to learn how to manage your profit. Then you have to learn how to add to your profit. and that takes time. So expect to give the market your time, not your money. Trade on the simulator. Give the market your time, not your money. I lost 50,000. It was tuition. Nah, it wasn't tuition. I donated it to the market guys. I hate hearing those terms because it seems to be a cop out for mistakes. The simulator gives us the ability to be able to learn how to trade a process. It gives you the ability to learn how your emotions play into your trading. And then you segue into live. You can do it by the mini microsped, which I'll show you in 10 minutes. You can do it through trading micros. You can do it through a lot of different ways, but nice and slow. Give the market your time, not your money. And then once you see how how protecting yourself in every instance, how to manage yourself and manage your trading in every instance, then you can see how much money you're making on the simulator, and then you can set your financial goals. But don't try to set financial goals based on what some schmuck on Twitter is telling you or what some YouTube streamer is telling you. Set your financial goals according to the gifts and the abilities that you have and the process you have after taking your time. Give the market your time, not your money. Take your time, segue into live trading. See how you do then. If you're making $5,000, $10,000 a month on the sim, then make that your goal, properly fund your account, and do the same thing on live trading that you would on the sim. It doesn't change. Nothing changes. You treat the simulator the same as you would live trading. Then you might put yourself in a position to be a long-term profitable trader. 90% of these guys are going to fail.
That's a good point. So that's a great point because a lot of first-time traders, they get in the sim and then they start throwing around 20 lots just to see how big they can get that P&L, and that's not practice. That's not helping you get better.
Rolling the dice against the wall, hoping you don't crap out with somebody putting a gun to your head. No, thanks.
Yeah.
I've been in those situations. I'm not going to do that shit anymore. This should be easy. This business should feel like you're cheating life. What do you do for a living? I cheat life, dude. I sit in my Viore sweats in front of my screens with my feet up, and I have the chance every day to pick money off my money tree or not. My mom would say things like that. Dude, what do you think? I got a money tree? I got a money tree right here. Every day I ought to feel easy. If it isn't, then either I'm doing it wrong, or I'm trying too hard. But that takes time to segue into, right? It's very difficult to get into that mindset, and you have to know yourself. You have to possess yourself. You really have to be on top of your shit much more and in a much greater sense than most people. If you are not self-aware and you're not self-possessed and you are not radically honest, you're going to be part of the 90% that fail. You want to be exceptional, you've got to do exceptional things, period. End of fucking story. You want to be exceptional, you have to think exceptionally, and you have to do exceptional things.
So Pax, I hear you, brother. But what do you think about the idea of patience, right? A lot of the new traders
hate that word.
Really? Tell me why.
Because everybody talks about it, but nobody defines it.
Okay, so where I'm going with this is my setup hasn't happened yet, but I know I could make money here anyway. I'm going to put a trade on. That's impatience.
Leave it. I see trades like that happening. That's a great definition of it. I see trades like that all the time. I've been doing this a long time. I moved the NASDAQ with my own money. You would be hard pressed to find anybody that has traded as many NASDAQ contracts for their own accounts as I have that are actively trading. And so with that being said, I see this rally is petering out. Like yesterday, we're not getting below 57. I knew that 57 was going to be a difficult price to get through, but I'm not going to get long there. Because it does not that does not fit my process. Yeah. So I let that trade go. I don't care. Good. I'll get long above the opening range. I'm not going to buy a dip. I'm not going to start doing that. I see the rally peter out at 08 up here. I'm not going to get short there. I'm long there. I'm taking profit there. If we get back below it, I'll get out. Yeah. I'm not going to take a short there and fade the market. I don't do that because it doesn't fit my process. I need to protect myself 1,000 times out of 1,000. I don't need to take every little wiggle and every little trade I see. That will eventually kill me. That will kill me. The other shoe will drop in that case. You know how you have really good days and you're thinking, God, I don't want to blow it. I don't want to blow it. Trade like that, and eventually it will catch up to you and you will blow it. So I don't do those things. I do the same thing over and over and over again. And that consistency makes me appear much more patient than what I'm not really a patient person, Jimmy. I'm not really a disciplined person either. But I live my life as if I am because I stay within the parameters of my process. I look like I live a disciplined life because I keep a schedule. I wake up every morning at 4:45. I go through the same morning routine every day. I work out. I lift weights every day. I do cardio. I do the same things every day. I make my bed first thing in the morning. I make my side of it if my wife's still in it, but I make my bed or make her bed if she wakes up. Do those things every single day, and I appear to be a lot more disciplined than what I naturally am.
Yeah. They're calling you this Kurt Signetti of trading. He's the coach of Indiana.
Oh, okay. Thanks I didn't know who it was. That's nice, I think. Is that nice?
It's very nice. They interviewed him. They asked him a question about something, and his answer was, "Because I'm a winner."
Period.
And he has the track record, right? Like you have the track record. So it's a great analogy. It really is.
I've got the track record of making generational life-changing money and then driving Uber 12 years later after divorce. Look, here's another thing, guys. Okay. This business is going to change. This business will change. Your life will change, and you need to maximize your profitability. People are going to get sick. People are going to die. Your perspective on things are going to change. Fear will creep in when, things happen. I got divorced. 60% of my net worth went away. I gave each kid 10% out of my end. That was still a lot of money that I had. I had more money after my divorce than I ever thought, but that's 80% of what I had. Now, and then the business changed. Everything went to the screens. The pits died. I spun my wheels for a few years. I started a prop group with $3.5–4 million. That failed in 08. My mother died in June of 08. My sister in November of 08. My mother-in-law in March of 09. Things changed. Everything changed. And then I start fading markets. My trading changes, things, and then MF Global blows up in 2012 or 2011 and took a couple of million, and I blew up after that. Okay, so it doesn't happen all at once, but it happens. Things will change, and when things change, you need to have maximized your profitability, and you need to have a process to live your life. You need to believe in something greater than you. If you have those things, then you can hold on to what you made. There's a lot of traders that I know that kept the money that they made in spite of those changes. There's a lot of traders that did not have the foundation to be able to hold on to that sort of thing, and they're broke or dead.
Yeah. Yeah. Belief is a beautiful armor. It makes for the heaviest sword.
True that. That's a great line. That's the truth.
I didn't make it up, but that's John Mayer's song, but it's true.
Bro, anyway. Definitely on opium. I can't stand when people call me bro. I'm not your bro. I'm 57 years old. I'm not your bro.
You got to say the whole word. You got to say brother.
Yeah. Bro. Bro's on opium. Okay.
Right. So by the way, I know sometimes you look at the Nazi dome. Do you have one on another screen, or are you just trying to share? Or you consolidate your view right now?
Yeah, I've got 4 screens up. So I've got, when you see me look up, I'm looking at other domes.
Okay, gotcha. Yeah. So we're getting close to that bell ringing here.
Uncle. I don't prefer grandpa because I'm not a grandpa. Schmucks. These schmucks are starting to drive me crazy.
Don't talk about grandpa to me.
Hey, listen to what I'm telling you. Otherwise, you're going to wind up picking me up in your Uber, dude. All right, go ahead.
No, I'm waiting. I'm not a grandpa yet either. I'm still waiting. I'm 62. I don't know what these kids are doing. They get busy, man.
Pops is good. I don't mind Pops.
Oh my God.
But like, bro, that's what my kids call each other. I always find that funny when young guys call me bro. Hey, bro.
Nanka goes, you could call me little bro. I'm 64.
Pops is good. Uggs is good. I'm not a grandpa yet. When I'm a grandfather, you can call me that too. Look, bro, I'm 57 too. Oh, God. Poppy, I like that. Big Poppy.
Yeah, Big Poppy. Right. Yeah. Oh, yeah. Mrs. Kaggs just turned 57 last week.
Ooh, robbing the cradle, Jimmy. Robbing the cradle.
Oh, my goodness.
Okay, what are we doing here? We got 2 minutes until we open. So we're opening in the middle of nowhere. This is not a day that I want to spend any money in it. So everything I do is got to be right or right out. There's no reason for us to move anywhere. The market is going to drift. Okay, so let's see if we can't get a 15-handle rotation as we did yesterday. NASDAQ rotations are 65 points. These are the rotations in the NASDAQ. I don't trade NASDAQ anymore. I trade SPOO because it's easier for me to get in and out with scratches. But keep an eye on the NASI. I know a lot of you are trading the NASDAQ, so I'll flip back and forth. I'm not going to trade NASDAQ. I'm going to trade S&P. And I'm going to trade the mini micro spread and exhibit how to do that, okay? So we've got, those of you in my group who are here, take it easy, do some box breathing, slow things down, and let's go. Let's go.
All right, all right.
You want to slow everything down on the domes so that what everybody else sees chaotically, you see in slow motion.
Bell's about to ring, my friend.
20 seconds.
You got official international clocks on your wall?
I do. Am I all right here? You can see it.
Oh, yeah, there you go. Nice.
10 seconds. All right, here we go. 5, bottom, 4, 3. All right, 3, 2, 1, open. I don't know what the opening print was. 02 half or 2 quarter. Okay. Not terrible volume on the open. So this is actually a decent opening range and kind of bearish. All right, so 02F is high of the opening range so far. If 02F holds as high of the opening range, we'll break 15 handles. All right, bottom of the opening range is 90, 98. Top of the opening range is 02.5. So I want to be long above 02.5 and short below 98. This is the mini contract. This is the micro contract here. I want to trade the breakouts because that's how the algos are doing it. And the algos are the ones that move the markets. First rotation will be 83, 83. Upside rotation, 17 half. That seems like a long way away, but if we can get up out of the opening range, we'll achieve one of them. Oh, look at this. This is Garbone. Yeah, nothing. All right, let's see if we try to break. NASDAQ is selling off. Let's see it. NASDAQ bottom of the opening range, and the NAS is 660. Oh, God, it's 82. Oh, shit. 82. So the NASDAQ is selling off. The S&P is not. I'm out. Schmuck, I missed them. All right, so 98, 94 is the pain line. Oh, it's too slow. So I'll sell 94s. It's where we're going to pay for a trade. Those of you in my group that are short 98s, you're going to remove half your, or not half, a quarter of your unit at 94. Remove your risk. Scratch stops are in. You guys cannot lose money. The uncertainty, something that I think makes everybody nervous is uncertainty. Every trade is uncertain. Well, right now, the trade is not uncertain. The traders in my group that are short 98s cannot possibly lose money because their stops are in for scratches and their bids are in. So if they sold a 2 lot, they're going to buy 5 micros at 94 and they're going to pay for their trade. Their stop is in for scratch, so they're out. Now, I got another chance to sell them if I want to, but at this point, I think I'd rather sell the pay line. I don't want to chop myself up at 98. Maybe I do. Manaya. Here we go. Come on, come back. Come back. All right, 94. Pay line, 94. 94 quarters trade. 94 is trade. Anybody short and paid? All right, now. Stopped out for a scratch. So I sold 94s to scratch them out. Who's short and paid in my group?
Yeah, Trader Veer, Trader with an 8.
Already got
ATH
'em?
Jared, Fib Princess. Hey, good to see you, Fib Princess.
Nice job, Tammy.
Elizabeth, Peter, P6150, Zen Zoned, 53 JG. And then I'm sure this spells some word, but UYI Tagave. Oh man.
All right, NASDAQ's leading lower. So
Andrew's short and paid. Ed Bean.
Look at the Nasdaq first. I'm sorry if I'm too loud. I'm right in front of the mic. But the Nasdaq first rotation is 17. Okay, now I got that. Now I'm short the pay line again. I'm willing to take a couple expenses at the pay line here. Okay, because underneath the pay line, we're going to trade down to 83. So I'm willing to expense something here. Now I got a point into the trade, so I'm going to put a scratch stop in. You see, so now we're going to trade down to 83. I'm going to take profit at 85. So those of us in our group, listen to me. We're going to take profit at 85, and we're going to add more underneath. Capiche? So we're going to sell 85, sell 83. It's kind of double our size without doubling our risk. I'll explain how we do that when we get down there. All right, so I sold those 94s. Come on, pay me, dude. Let's go. Don't stay. Don't scratch me out, you son of a bitch. Sad horn. See, I got ticked out too.
Yeah, but no stress though. You had that stop in.
Yeah. Yeah. All right. So 94 equals, look at 94 equals, there I got them. 94 equals 63 in the NASDAQ. 94 equals 63 in the NASDAQ. So watch those matchups. Maybe not. Okay. Those, the NASDAQ is, geez, that NASDAQ came close to its rotation, didn't quite make it. 145, okay. Well, the market tried to break, made it to the pay line. So I would imagine that it's going to try to test the upper side pay line now too. Let's get back. If we get back in the opening range, we'll test. The market will try to rally. The market tried to break and it couldn't. So now it's going to try to rally. Boy, let me get a trade on that. I can show everybody how to manage this spread. If I was trading, if I was like actively trading, I would not be actively trading. I'm only doing this because I'm on this. I'm on the stream and I want to show you guys how to trade the spread. There is nothing in here for me to want to do. We're not going anywhere. We have no reason to go anywhere. It's just going to be a back and forth trade. So make sure you all understand that. If I was sitting here, with my group trading my, my normal size, I would have scratched the 98s or scratched the 94s, and I would have just, I would have called it and said, I'm gonna wait to sell the rotation at 80 underneath 85, 83, or buy the rotation above 15, 16, 18. But I'll keep doing it to show yous.
Pax, that green, that's a green time. That's just a clock, right?
Up here?
Yeah.
Yes. It's on Central Time since I live in Chicago.
Yeah. No, I had a question in the chat.
Oh, come on, dude. Give us something. All right. So earlier, 63 matched up with the NASDAQ, with the S&P at 94. So, now it's adjusted a little bit. I look for those matchups because this is something important to watch. I've got the NASDAQ up on a different screen. It's important because the NASDAQ gets like that algorithmic push before the S&P does. So, here, let me show you. All right, here's the schnazzy, okay? So, now let's say, look how jumpy the NASDAQ is. Okay, so let's say I just sold S&P at 95. 95 equals 68. NASDAQ gets the algorithmic push before, or not 95, 96 half. There. Now, see how that the NASDAQ gets the algorithmic push below it and gets that algorithmic push above it. And then you can see how the S&P trades against it. Not against it. I shouldn't have said that like a spread, but trades with it. So now 68 equals 90, 96 half, you see? Now watch how the NASDAQ will lead it either above it or below it. So if you sold 96 halves, you look at where the NASDAQ is trading at 68. Now the NASDAQ is above it. The S&P is below it. It's just, this is untradeable. It's just all over. If you're short NASDAQ from the opening range, stay short. You have no reason to get out. But if you're not short from the opening range, do not chop yourself up. Shit. I missed the trade by trying to illustrate the matchup. Son of a bucket. Whatever.
Still got an order in.
I know. All right. So I missed the 94s. I was busy trying to illustrate the matchups. So I'll sell 83s right down here. 85s, 83s. But do you guys see what I mean with the matchups? So 96 half equaled 68. The NASDAQ got that algorithmic push underneath 68, and then the S&P came up and grabbed it. All right, now I'm short. Now I got them. Let's see. Give me something to sink my teeth in so I can show these fine people how to do this. I got another expense in my hands. Out for 2 ticks. This market is untradeable, man. Untradeable. 94 equals 53. 94 equals 53. 52 maybe? Push. Push lower, NASDAQ. NASDAQ is leading down. All right, I'm willing to expense this because the NASDAQ is starting to break. The NASDAQ is leading lower, so that's going to take the NASDAQ, that's going to take the SPOOs with it. So I'm willing to expense these 94s. The S&P needs to get back above, or the NASDAQ needs to get back above 150 for me to want to get out of these. Okay, now we got something. You see what I mean? So now the NASDAQ weakness is leading the S&P lower.
Let's go.
All right. I really would like to show everybody how to be able to add.
I don't want to jinx you, but I think you're on the right side of history here.
That's a good point. So everything that we see happening on the DOMs is already history. You know,
Yeah.
these algorithms, there's thousands of HFTs or hundreds of HFTs with thousands and thousands of algos that are moving the market. And by the time we see it on the DOMs, it's already past us. It's already history. You know, so pay attention to that. It's very important that we understand that. You know, no matter how quick your computer is, we cannot see. No matter how quick your computer is, what we see on the DOM is already history.
Yep.
So I can't lose money. The market is going to do one of two things. It's going to come up, stop me out at 94 for a scratch, or it's going to come down and it's going to put money into my pocket at 85. So I'm short. All right, now I'm short 2 minis. That means I've got 20 micros to trade out of. I'm going to pay for these. I'm going to pay for these 94s at 85. That makes me short 2, long 5. And I should actually buy another 5. I'll wait until I might just pay for them now. Paying for my trade means I'm removing my risk. So I want to see us trade down here pretty quickly. Otherwise, I'm going to buy 5 minis on the way down. Come on, you son of a bitch. Come on, sweetheart. Trade 85 for daddy. I'm going to stay. If it doesn't trade 85, I'm going to start yelling at it like I would when my sons strike out looking.
You're going to get it, brother, right now. Come on.
Don't be a dick for a tick. They traded 85, so I reached and bought them. I don't know what price I got them. So there, I paid for my trade. See, I'm short 2, long 5. So that means that I've got 15 micros to trade out of.
Right. You're short one and a half big ones.
Right. Okay, now I've got 3/4 of my unit on. So I've got to either buy 5 more or I'm going to sell more underneath here. Now I can either sell more minis, which I'm not going to do because it can get confusing, or should I?
Do your process, brother.
If it was my process, I'd be short 38 right now. Yeah, all right, now listen to me. Everybody in my group, how many of you is just, all right, I'm fine. I'm fucking there. All right, so now I'm short. I'm managing, I'm managing my unit the way that I teach people to while they're learning, okay? So you're short 2, that means that you're short 20. So when the market trades down to this rotation, when hold on, I trade out in quarters. Okay, so 25%. I pay for my trade with 25%. I take profit with 25%. So when the market trades down to this rotation, I want to have half my unit off. So when I sell 94s, I'm going to remove my risk and I'm going to take profit at the same basic level. Okay. Now there's a lot of traders in my group in here that have already added at 85 and added at 83, and they scratched out the 83s and hopefully resold the 85s. If I was actively trading, that's what I would have already done. But I don't want to, I don't know if I want to show you guys how to add, because I don't want, I want to be part of your journey as a profitable trader. I don't want to be the reason why you blew up. You've got $5,000 in your account and you wind up adding to your position just because I did. You know what I mean? I don't want that to happen. But now, trading the mini micro, I can add to my position without adding to my risk. How can I do that? I'm short 2, long 10. And if we take out 83, I can sell back the micros and just be short 2 again. It's like being short 4 from the opening range. Do you see what I mean? So let's see, because 83 is the rotation. If we can get underneath 83, we're going to 68, the next rotation down. You see that? NASDAQ traded down to its rotation at 17. Got below it, but back above it. So watch the NASDAQ trade 17. There. Now, I got to change the quantity of my stop. Uh-oh. The hell is that? Oh, shit, I just sold 4. 2 more. How'd I do that?
You're good. You're good now.
Yeah. Okay, so now I've got 1 on, and I want to change the quantity of my stop. Okay, so there. So now I'm short 2, long 10. We make it back up into the opening range. Now I've got choices. This gives us choices, because now let's say we make it back up to the opening range and I get stopped out, right? We make it back up to the pay line. I get stopped out of the 2 lot. Actually, I got to change that back to a 2 lot. Never mind. I'll change that in a second. So now I'm short 2, long 10. So I've got half my unit on. I've got 1 mini on.
Here we go.
I did want to try to add there. All right. Well, I'm still well positioned. See, I'm still short with no risk. I've got no risk. I've locked in profit, feet up. And as the Commodore's saying, it's easy like Sunday morning, baby.
Lionel Richie's the best. I don't care what anyone says.
Oh, he is. See, no risk, no problem. I've got, if I'm trading a 4 lot, if you're trading a 4 lot mini and you're not using the spread to trade out of, you're short 2, feet up, easy like Sunday morning. You don't have anything to worry about. The market is going to come down to 68 and it's going to put more money into your pocket. And you're going to buy another quarter of your unit. So in which case we make it down to 68, I'll buy 5. And then the last 5 micros I have will be my runner. Okay, now hold on. Let me look at the chat. Since we will segue into me adding on here. Okay, but I don't ever want to be party to you guys blowing up. And if you try to add to a position without knowing how to do that, because remember earlier I was talking about giving the market your time, not your money. So while you're learning how to manage your profit, you've got to get good at managing your profit before you learn how to exploit it, before you learn how to add to a position. Does that make sense? So does anybody have any questions about any of this? Do you see how the spread can be an effective tool to be able to trade with a $10,000 account where you can trade 2 lots and 10 lots and you learn how to do that? Because now I've got a lot of options. Now I've got a lot of options.
Shai just said that we had a Chicago PMI report come out, or a business index report.
Is it out already, Trace? Yeah, it is. Okay.
Well, this is actually a little better than, pretty much on point. 43.8 versus 42.3.
So now, listen, here's another thing. I need to leave myself options for position management. If I sell 2 minis, I'd be flat now. But I sold 2 minis and I traded out of them the way that I do in quarter units. So I've got half my unit on.
Right. Right now, PAX's net position is short 1 big S&P.
Or short 10 micros.
Or short 10 micros. Yeah. Exactly.
Because now I can make myself, we're not quite breaking. We're not railing either, but look at both the NASDAQ is at 117, which is its rotation, and the SPU is at 85, which is its rotation. You see, the NASDAQ is churning the rotation at 17.
Yeah.
And the S&P is churning its rotation at 83, 85. Oh no, get this back to 10, 5. Shite. What's that say? It's too small. All right. So watch the matchups earlier I was talking about. Watch 17. Hold on. Let me pull up the NAS. Okay. Oh. All right. So watch 17. Okay. 17 equals 85. So 17 is the rotation now. 17, the NASDAQ gets under 17, it will lead the S&P lower. But it needs to get under it, not churn it. There we go. Okay, so I want to go back to the micros because I want to show everybody how to get out of this. Okay, how to add. Okay, now, NASDAQ is trying to work under it. Let the NASDAQ lead. Let the schnazzy Nazi lead. Come on. Doesn't want to get under here. It doesn't want to get under here.
Hey, Pax, while we're waiting, what's the rotation for gold futures?
Oh, geez, I just fucked that up.
Sorry.
No, that's okay. There isn't any rotations. I talked about that earlier. It is. I ended up accidentally fat fingering that trade, and I put them right back on. I meant to put a stop in. Instead, I ended up buying them, so I sold them right back. There are no gold rotations. The market in gold trades between the major macro zones that me and Jimmy had pointed out earlier. Okay, now, all right. So I'm still short 2 from 94, long 10 from down here. Look at that. I mean, the market is just churning these rotations. It's not getting below it. Okay, so options. Back to options. So if the S&P makes it back up to 94, I get stopped out on my minis, but now I'm long 10 micros. It looked like I faded the market. So, when you're, see, I shouldn't even talk about this because that'll fuck everybody up. If you get stopped out of your minis, that's your primary position is your minis. So if you get stopped out of your minis, then cover the micros. But when you kind of, you grow in your market awareness and you grow in your execution, well, you've got options because now you get stopped out of your minis. So you're long 10 from the low of the day, 10 micros. Let's see what we're going to do. Right. So then, in our group, we call it getting fancy. I'm going to buy the bottom of the opening range. I'm going to buy the top of the opening range. So now I'm long a double unit and I'm long 10 micros from the low of the day. Well, I got a pretty big long position on and without any risk because these micros down here end up financing the double unit that I have at the top and the bottom of the opening range. Now let's see if I can illustrate that. Now, but when you're learning how to do this, if you get stopped out of your minis, then just turn around and get out of your micros because otherwise you're defeating the purpose of taking profit in the micros. See what I mean? Does that make sense?
Yeah.
See, segue into this because it can get very confusing with all of the options that you have for position management here and profit management. It gets very confusing. Take your time in learning how to do this. Don't try to trade like somebody who's been trading for 5 or 10 years, with just a week on. Why not just open only because you're going to pay about the same amount of money trading 20 lot mic. You're going to get chewed up and destroyed in commissions. That's why, Boda. I trade a 2 lot. If I trade in and out in 2 lots, in, out, in, out, in, out, and I get 4 or 5 round turns, I'm going to pay a couple of dollars in commissions. You do that with 20 lot micros, you're going to pay a couple of hundred.
In the simplest version of this, you're still short one, and you will eventually liquidate that. You'll eventually be flat,
Well,
or
yeah,
reverse, or
right,
reverse.
right.
Yeah,
Depending on what the market does, right?
right,
Exactly.
right, right. But I just said again in the simplest version of it.
Yes. There's a lot of options. There's a lot of things that you can do here. And, when you kind of, learn all of the millions of different options, how do I put this? You know, uh, give the market, I cannot stress enough, give the market your time, not your money. So for those of you that are new to this, you get stopped out of the minis, just close out the micros. For those of you that, now look at right now, in a broader sense, the S&P is banging back and forth between levels before it decides. Yeah, I just covered some micros I added to my position.
Net short 1.5 minis.
Yeah, I'm gonna buy them back because the Nasdaq, the S&P is just not following through with the Nasdaq. So I kind of fucked up. But I wanted to show you I just gave up I just gave up a couple of points on a 5 lot to try to make, another 15 points.
Yeah.
The Nasdaq came underneath there and now it's just back. So that kind of sucks. So I'm back hedged. You don't want to try to add to your position more than twice. And it's right or right out. Here we go again. The Nasdaq gets underneath, if the Nasdaq gets underneath 26,100, the S&P, the Nasdaq is just so much weaker than the S&P right now. The Nasdaq is working down towards, the Nasdaq is working down towards this next rotation. The S&P can't even get below this one. Geez, if I was trading, I'd want to sell. I'd want to, my own, if I wasn't doing this, I'd want to sell a ton at 85 if we take it out. Minis, not micros. Snazzy.
I don't know if Pax would like hotkeys. I think he likes the dome, clicking on the dome.
No hotkeys. Hotkeys for me. Hotkeys encourage overtrading for me. I'm right or right out, and I'm quick in my execution. And hotkeys will encourage me to bang back and forth way too many times. Let's see if the SPOOs want to get below 85 now that the Nasdaq is weakening again. You know what I mean? So hotkeys for me are not. It's not a lot of traders in my group use hotkeys. I don't, and just because it encourages me to bang back and forth a lot quicker than what I want to. See what I mean, Jelly Bean?
Yeah.
This is the greatest business in the world. When we have options, we can really make some dough. When you sell a 2 lot, you sell a 1 lot, you have to be right.
Have you ever spread the S&P versus the Nasdaq?
Yeah, I'm not good at it. I'm not good at it at all.
So it's great that you could recognize that, by the way.
All right. So I just covered half my micros. So now I'm short 1.5 again. See what I did? I just added to my size without adding to my risk. Because now I got to buy these back at a better price. So I'm looking to buy these at 68, or I'll stop out and buy them back at 85. So I'm going to buy them back to where I originally sold them. See how you can add to your size without adding to your risk? Capiche? So we trade 85 again. I'm out, hedged again. 210. So the Nasdaq the best traders in the Nasdaq in the pit when I was there, I got stopped out and they're good. The best trader, the most profitable traders spread the S&P and the Nasdaq. I tried to learn how to do it. I didn't learn how to spread until I was in the hog pit. Every time I would try to do it, I would get lost and it would speed up my mind and I would kind of screw it up. So I stopped doing it. Now I don't even know what the ratio would be, what the proper ratio would be to do it.
It used to be 5-2. I don't know what it is today.
Yeah, I think it's narrowed. But yeah, it used to be. It was 5-1 for a while, then 5-2. I don't know what it is now. But there was a ton of guys out there that did that, and they were great traders. I didn't learn how to spread until 2009 when I went to the hog pit after I traded for Pete Stottlemyre.
Yeah.
Stottlemyre tried to update market profile into the age of algorithms. That was fun.
All right, so you're still basically short one.
Right. Yeah, I tried adding. I scratched those out. Sad
So
one.
the chat, you got to think of these two positions as being fungible, right? Because they're the same instrument. You've got a classic and a smaller size instrument. So you could do the math and you could kind of see what the ratio is.
Chop, chop, apple butter. Yes. Chop, chop. If you're trying to initiate here, you're going to chop your ass up. But if you're short from the opening range and you've taken profit down here, as the Commodore's saying, it's
You got
easy
meat.
like Sunday morning.
You have meat on the bone, baby.
Yeah. So the market is going to do, what the market is going to do. I've already tried to add twice. I took an expense on one. I gave up a little bit on one ad, but I put them back on, and then I scratched the other one. So, the market is going to come down to 68. I'm going to buy 5 more micros in, or it's going to come up and scratch me out, in which case the market will try to rally. Or if it doesn't, listen, I made 10 points on a one lot. It's not a bad day. I made 10 points on half my unit. Not a bad day. See what I mean?
Yeah. So, Mike, the initial idea is to take a position in the bigger size S&P, and then if that trade goes your way, then start scaling out of that bigger position with the smaller size contract. That's the initial idea.
Si, senor.
Whoa.
Hey, good morning.
What's up, fellers?
How's it going, folks?
No, Francesco, this is not fast. This is not fast at all. This is just, a market that is finding its footing. And again, it's going to trade down to 68. It's going to come back up. How are you guys?
I'm doing
Morning.
good.
Good.
Doing good.
So still you're with me on the mushing
I'm down, yeah.
3-day trip? All right.
Seeing the Northern Lights always been on my bucket list.
Yeah, me
personally.
too.
So I'm good. Yeah, Jim. Whatever you want to do, man. I'm down.
Did you
All
call
right.
it the mushing trip?
Yeah, well, we got to do it when the bears are hibernating.
True. Yes.
I don't want to,
Yeah.
there's only so much I'm willing to sacrifice for this trip.
I got to tell you, that is some real white people shit. And I am not into that stuff. No way, man.
Yep, that's very true.
Unfiltered Friday, everybody.
I'd be down. We'll get some pumpkin spice lattes and all kinds of other white people stuff while we're up there. It's going to be great.
I'd rather be drinking some Hennessy on a beach someplace, enjoying my day.
You do that later on in the summer, man.
I will. That's so funny, you guys. That was so funny. The Stowe's like, yeah, I'll go.
Yeah, I'll do
Dude,
pretty much
people,
anything.
Still
Bex.
gets it. There's people, places, and experiences. Those are the only. That's it. That's all you get.
Yep.
People, places, and experiences.
True that.
Nick, how you doing, buddy?
I am good. Good to hang out with you guys on a Friday.
Handsome Nick. Look how handsome that kid is.
He is good.
Thanks, Max.
You want to start that? Handsome Nick? That could be a nickname.
It is. That's what I call him. Handsome
All right.
Nick. I told my
Handsome
wife
Nick.
about everybody I met in Florida. I said, Nick for a tick, good looking Nick. She You can't call him good looking Nick. Handsome Nick. Oh, that's better.
There we go.
How about that video? Did you guys see the video that production put together of the clips of the meetup?
No, I have not. Is it okay?
We played it yesterday. No, it's awesome. It is so well done.
Jimmy
Okay,
eating
cool.
the cake.
That video is not. If Pax, if you all right, no, we're all right. Shab said she didn't send that to you, so I'm narrowing my suspect list down, and there's going to be payback. Believe me.
Hey, it ain't me. You know I'm not a narc.
Me either. I was in the feathers, man. I was comfortably put away.
Anyway, I didn't start that fire. I just contributed to it.
Yeah, there's a cake there. You got to eat it. What are you gonna do?
That's
I don't know.
awesome sauce.
I don't know
It
if
was
we
delicious.
can replay it, but there's a bunch of requests in the chat to show the video again.
I don't know if we can. Mission Control. Could we do it?
Stand by.
Stand by.
Stand by me.
There you go.
By me. Whenever you're in trouble, won't you stand? See, another great song.
Yeah,
Stand by me, man. I'll stand by you.
dude, we're that generation. We're that old generation, dude.
Tony showed Reginald. Tony showed the video yesterday.
Yeah, we're gonna see it again in a minute, I think.
Yeah.
keep on talking, boys. She said.
So
Yeah.
these buyers at the lows are
All right, here we go.
okay.
We're going
You know
live.
what I wanna see is-
We're going live in the studio. Hey, we need people to bet against me.
Oh, that bus. No, thank you on that bus. Look at Jared toying with him. Oh shit, that's me playing the court.
This change is going to pull the trading world to places never seen before. I love you all. Cheers. God bless. Cheers.
Oh, that was awesome.
It was
Bring some-
awesome. That
bring
dinner
some-
was great.
Bring some tears to my eyes.
It kind of does. Yeah, that was great. That dinner was great. The whole weekend was great.
Yep.
Antonio was at Naples in Naples, Florida. It was a great.
I don't know. Someone asked which one was T Trades. I don't know that he made the video, actually. I was looking for him.
No, yeah, he's not in there. He doesn't show his face.
Pretty sure you guys all saw T Trades yesterday trading the open. So
Did he show his face?
No?
no.
Yeah, it is mask on.
You missed it, Pex.
Well, never mind. It was T Trades. Anyway, so,
Same who T Trades apparently.
all right. So, Pax, what are you thinking here in this trade? Is there a statute of limitations, or you just let it roll?
No, all day. The market has got to do what the market is going to do. It's either going to come up, scratch me out, or it's going to come down to 68 and give me some money.
But like that second part.
Yeah, otherwise there's nothing for me to do. I wouldn't have tried to add at 83, 85 anymore. I wouldn't try to add here. Let me show you in the chart. I wouldn't try to add here at this rotation anymore just because it's not, it's indecisive. The NASDAQ is solidly below its rotation here at 17. Almost made it down to 52. What was the low? 62, 52, 62. That's close enough. So if you guys are short in the NASDAQ, all my targets in the NASDAQ are 10 points wide. All my targets in the S&P are 2 points wide. So flip it higher. It's 83, 85 in the SPU, and in the NASDAQ, it's 52 to 62, and 62 is the low.
Got it.
62 HAIF. So I don't know if you'd have bought them, but you know what I mean? Now, if it trades there, you jump up and you buy them if you don't get anything. Like if you had your bid in at 62 and if you had your bid in at 62 and you didn't get them, you just jump up and buy them at 65 or something when it trades down there, because that's all that it needs to give us for now. So right now, the market is going to continue to churn these areas until it generates the necessary energy to be able to propel us down to 68 or back up into the opening range, in which case I'm looking for an equidistant swing, and that will take us up to 17.5. Okay. So if we make it back into the opening range, you guys have to get long, because then we're going to, at least at 02, because then we will trade up to 17.5. We will get the equidistant swing. Just like here's yesterday. We broke yesterday, 2 ladder rungs, made it back to the opening. We broke yesterday, 1 ladder rung, back up, got the equidistant swing, and then we fucked around all day long between it. And then later on in the number, and then we rallied, or later on in the day with the earnings and shit, we ended up breaking and then rallied again. But you see, so we got the break for the 15 handles, made it back to the opening range here, and then we got the first rotation up to 08. So that's what I'd be looking for today. If we stop at 83 and we get back above 85, if the NASDAQ gets above 17, then I'll cover some more micros or I'll either cover some more micros or I'll just cover the minis, and then I'll get out and I'll look to get long well, I'll get fancy by 98s and by O2s because I'm looking for an equal distance swing of 17F. I've got clarity. If I've got clarity, I'm going to spend money in the market, and that's clear. But
There
if
you
we
go.
don't get back in the opening range, then eventually we'll trade 68.
There you go.
Market does the same shit all the time. It's not rocket science. So if we don't make it back to the opening range, I will stay short. If we make it back to the opening range, I will get long because I got clarity as to what the market is going to do. Does that make sense? That
Yep.
is the trade plan for the remainder of the day.
Thank you for that. By the way, Wakhoop in the chat, thank you for that kind comment. You just made my weekend for sure.
Which kind comment?
Yeah,
The
read it
kind-
out loud, Jim.
Just
What is
wanted
it?
to say you guys are an amazing bunch. My trading journey started almost 3 years ago. Not quite yet there, but it's great to have some guidance along the way. Cheers from France.
Aw, that's awesome.
Hey,
That's cool.
so remember what I said earlier. You know, if wake up or I don't know how to say that with a French accent, but you know, if you're breaking even and you're 3 years into the game, you can consider yourself a trader because now what that means is you've learned how to manage your risk. You haven't learned how to manage your profit. So now you have to learn how to manage your profit, okay? Because if you're still trading and you're break even after 3 years, you're doing well. Now you have to just learn how to manage your profit and you become consistently profitable.
Great advice, my friend. All right. So before me and Pax head out, let's just get what are you thinking, Nick, for this morning?
Well, after, I guess, kind of the weird, violent session yesterday, now we've kind of settled back into the high of that range that we were kind of in for the early part of the week. So I don't know. It's hard to be too bearish after, I guess, Apple and Amazon's earnings yesterday kind of sent us all the way back up, and basically just now we're in a large balance for this week. And so far, ES is still holding kind of the week open. So for me, I mean, buyers aren't really proving much to me right now to start off the day, kind of on this low. So I'm gonna continue to be patient. I haven't taken a trade yet.
Got it. Stowe, how about you, man?
Yeah, same. I took a short, and then I tried, and that worked well. I got 10 points out of that, and then I tried for a continuation short. Got stopped for 3.5 points just now, up at 86. But we'll see if this seller is going to have some more gas. There's a lot of
There's some weird things happening with some large orders on NQ and ES that have been down these lows.
Yeah, it's end of month. It's doing the end of month things that it likes to do. So I'll be patient too. Since we look at order flow a lot, it's these days get a little trickier for me. So I'm aware of that, and I will be patient.
All right. Well, gentlemen, before I leave, Pax, what are you doing this weekend?
I don't know. I don't know what we're doing.
You got to act the boss.
I'm sure my wife has told me 14 times, one ear out the other. I'll ask her again this afternoon. She'll say, "I told you." We've been traveling a lot. We were in Naples 3 weeks ago, and then we had parent weekend with our son at his university, and then parent weekend with my daughter last week. That was exhausting. We were out until 3 a.m. with our 19-year-old daughter and her friends. That was rough, but fun, a lot of fun. And
Awesome.
and so this weekend, I don't know, find a place to go have dinner tonight, and maybe I'll take one of my daughters for dinner. I like to date my daughters. I take my daughters out for dinner once a month, but one's gone, at school. The other one lives in the city, living life. And then the young one is at home. So we'll see. I don't know. What are you doing, Jimmy? You got your mom.
Yeah. No, I'm going to Charlotte. I'm gonna hang out with Mrs. Mom Cags, in Charlotte this weekend, and spend the week up there. So it'll be okay.
Well, I will remember your mother by name in my rosary, and your dad too, and the rest of you too.
Thank you. All right.
Thanks, brother.
All right, let's let these two young studs do their thing. Stowe, Nick, thank you for being here. Thumbs up, everybody. Thank you for the thumbs up for the subscriptions. Me and Pax are gonna dip into the chat.
Get after it, lads.
All right, thank you, brother. Love you guys.
Thanks, guys.
You guys.
See ya.
Nick, morning, brother.
Good morning, sir.
How are you?
Oh, just fine and dandy.
Good.
Weird tape this morning.
Yeah, it's doing weird stuff. NQ and ES are being odd, so not much to really think about. I don't know I don't know how much more. Yeah, it's like NQ is weaker. Now ES is weaker. Um, there was a ton of 1,900, et cetera, lot dudes partying on the ES book. It looks like they got filled. We're making some headway below the weekly open right now at 81. But yeah, I don't know.
Yeah,
And
there was
NQ is just absorbing
yeah
like
that
crazy down here.
that that guy that came in with like 1,000 lot and just ate all of it
Yep.
down there at 100 earlier. I was like, okay, so I'm gonna just kind of just wait this out a little bit. As soon as I saw that,
Yep. I mean, they're still down there working out whatever they got to work out. So
yeah, if you guys can see, I don't know if my colors are, but like there's like 1,000 lot that came in here. There was a couple like 500s that came down here. Just weird shenanigans.
Yep. I mean, it's it looks like it's selling. So I don't know.
I know, and I would have loved to sell with it, kind of once we rejected again off the overnight low in NQ, but then that guy came back in, and I was like, all right, just you're just shaking me out, sir.
Yeah. Yeah, NQ is definitely choosing some violence down here. And it's ripping it's ripping ES back up. I'll try to lean short out of this G line though.
Yeah,
Maybe let me check my big chart real fast, see where we're at. Yeah, I mean, we're in the middle of nowhere on or on NQ, and we are down in the -1 on ES. So like ES is like 85s. That's kind of what I've been trying to use as a bullish-ish pivot. But like, so the things that I look at with those weekly VWAP bands, ES being all the way below its -1 and NQ still being above its weekly VWAP, in that kind of like bullish balance area, that is, I'm probably going to get stopped on that. Yeah. I'll just get out of this. Yeah, if we can get above this 85 guy.
mm-hmm. Yeah, this is kind of that like very bottom of yesterday's value area, if I want to call it that, but that range that we were trading in basically until power hour, and we kind of lost the week open and made that run back down to whatever it was, like 50 before Amazon saved the day.
Yeah. What I need to do, I need to get in and get above this stop somehow. So I'm going to leg into this a little bit. Unless it's just going to explode in my face. What time is it? 10:15? Okay. Yeah, that's fine.
Yeah, I think I was like you yesterday, where I was trying to party with the shorts and just got a little overzealous before whoever that gentleman was that caused one of the most nasty V's that I've seen on a liquidation kind of open since probably 2022. Like I haven't seen one that violent to the upside, like 250 points straight up on no news, but just pure volume of buyers. That was nasty.
Yep. Yeah, it was 2022. Was that like was that the time that AJ tried to short the hole in the Russian news? I think. Do you remember that?
God, I was in that too. I just remember that I was like, yep, I'm no longer trading around war headlines. Like I was short, and then I tried to like press it with more size, like adding to it, and then my average got pulled, and then it turned into a red trade. Just being an idiot, I guess. But I didn't know what I was doing in 2022. Let's be honest.
I mean, I like to make sure everybody knows that I'm still not entirely sure what I'm doing. So
yeah.
Let's just keep that blanket statement.
I guess the logic is like in 2022, I was really just pressing just way more of a vibes trader than even I am now. Just pressing buttons and, kind of hoping for the best at times, it would seem.
Yep. No, that was a fun day. I got very lucky because I used to use the overnight range in like a way more specific way for my bias coming into the morning, but I was just late. So I didn't get a chance to see the initial push down. So it did the same thing that yesterday did, like big opening drive down, and then just like some just hand of God jump in. Whoop.
Mhm.
And boy, it was funny. But I just was there to catch I just saw the buyer, so I just hit
Right.
buy and I caught the whole V without any of the punishment. So
Yeah, I tried to take a reoffer on that and I was promptly run over. I then spent the rest of my day recovering back to green, just barely, and then basically was up like $200, and I'm like, good enough. I'm not gonna do anything more after that violence of an open.
this guy is absorbing an 85. He's just absorb. Keeps reloading it.
But like, we're
Hit
not
another one.
pressing. Buyers aren't trying harder. I guess it's weird.
Yeah.
Got another 700 lot down at 77s.
Oh, great. Cool. Okay, good. That gives me hope. So I added another short there. I'll just wait. To try to catch that guy. Let me get a little puke here. I still need to get past this 81. We're below XY squiggly line too. So I don't know.
Buyers
Yep.
trying again.
Coming back at my face. Yeah, both times somebody big loaded up down there. It was at like 80. Well, first it was at 81, which was the weekly open, and then it was below. See, now we got another guy partying. Okay, at 80.50. They both got filled every time that happened. So I'm feeling okay. NQ and ES are really diverging today.
Yeah.
We don't have any other things. Okay, we got Bostic at noon, but we're good for the next hour and a half. There you go.
Oh, dang. I saw that too.
Come on, baby.
Hesitated.
There's my 80.50. Ooh. I'll take. I took one. Very nice. Thank you. All right, 77 filled. We're gonna keep pressing. What are we doing? Oh, now there's another guy lower. Okay.
These jokers. Yeah, another 900 at 74s. Go get them. Make a new low.
They pulled. Yep.
Of course they pulled. There was somebody doing this yesterday too.
I know. Very annoying. All right, that's fine. I have no interest in trying to catch a trend down day at the end of the month. I will take those points and GTF away from this thing. Bam. We can get repositioned if we need to. Okay, testing 77 from the bottom. We're doing some work on it. But yeah, ES now in its weekly downtrend below that 85. So I got to keep that in the back of my mind. And then it's on a daily downtrend also for now. We're a billion miles away from the London OR. But I mean, the bid just showed up. So. Oh, sure. Oh, sure. That's no problem. Okay, back to the weekly open is here. So I'm looking for a seller to show up here. So this was a ton of selling that was rewarded on that puke. What are we gonna do? Pretend like it didn't happen? Seems so. All right.
Yep. Just right back up. Just
Do you
more
like
chop.
do you like Arrested Development?
You know what's funny? That's one we never started.
Ah, okay. Okay, cool. All right, well, I can't make this joke then. Fair enough.
Well, the
I'll
chat
save
might
my
now.
rest. There's a guy. So there's a guy that one of the main characters pays to teach his kids lessons. And he's a guy that he's missing one arm. And so the lesson is, so he just frames these different catastrophes where this guy loses his arm and it makes the kids freak out. But he goes, and that's why. And so every time I take profit on a short like that and it comes back, I'm like, and that's why you manage your short trades different than your long trades. Yep, you're in there. I see you. I see you guys. How was that low on NQ? Is it okay? It's not bad.
It's not terrible.
Okay.
I mean, not the worst one I've ever
Holy
seen. But
Moses! I just looked at the delta. Look at these guys.
yeah, they're just partying down here.
We might just stay here all day.
But like nobody wants to put like they keep the lob and size down here, but like then nobody wants to push.
Mm-hmm. You're still getting filled? I don't know. You know what else has messed me up this week, man? Is London closing an hour later.
Yeah, I kept forgetting about that. Then
Yeah.
luckily, I guess I have my my Euro friends that are traders that constantly remind me that the U.S. is stupid because we do it a week later, and I don't disagree. The fact that we're still changing clocks as it is stupid.
And that's why you always leave a note. That's right. Okay, cool. The chat gets it. You know what I just started because XY was giving me hell that I hadn't seen it. I just started Peaky Blinders for the first time.
You never watched Peaky Blinders?
Never watched it, man.
Oh my gosh.
I don't know what happened. I don't know what happened and why I never watched it. I think maybe it was one of those like my wife didn't want to watch it or something, because we get and if you have to have separate TV shows, it takes longer to watch those, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
So that will always remind me of the first trimester with my wife. Granted, she was nauseous like throughout the entire pregnancy, but it was like her first trimester nausea show that we just like knocked out, like when it was like at its peak and the room was dark, like we just put all the blinds down and it was like early into spring summer here, and that was kind of what it was. So almost 2 years ago now, but great show. I can't wait for the next iteration.
So are they still making? Don't tell me. Don't tell
me.
Well,
there's a movie. I won't tell you anything about it, but it's going to take place slightly and further in the timeline, kind of heading into like World War II time.
Ooh, okay. I finished season 2 last night, so I'm moving quick.
Yeah, it's a good one.
Yeah, this 85 guy is still here, huh?
Yeah, seriously.
You want me to get back in, or what are we doing? I don't want to sell the point of control, but it worked for all those 6,900 sellers yesterday. So why not me?
Yeah, why not us? Let's see if this 110 guy is still there. God, he is.
Yep, he is.
That was the guy that I was like, I'm hesitating and didn't see him, and here we go again, reoffering there. For like the 4th time. Like someone's got to lose this battle that's going on here.
Yeah.
Around 100. Pick a side.
There's a long way to go down. So, I mean.
There really is. I guess it's just, Amazon's still up 10%. Are we really just going to unwind all this? Maybe.
That's what I think. Yeah. That's what makes, the earnings makes this a little more complicated for me than even news, because it's like it's even further out of my purview of things that I don't look at all. So yeah, if people are going to take profit on an Amazon 10% up day, that's certainly going to be affecting this, as well as monthly close and all the things that are going on.
Always money in the banana stand.
They are so good behind the scenes.
You guys are awesome. You guys are awesome. No, Michael, the walls were lined with money. Yeah, it's good. You got to watch it.
Yeah, I have to think, like, if they can't pop out of this, we're probably gonna retrace a lot of yesterday afternoon. Has that feel. You'd think buyers would have stepped up already. You know, the generational lows.
Yeah, no one's doing anything.
I mean, we'll see here. We got IB in setting in about 30 seconds.
We saw two untouched pivots above also. So that interests me. Job pivot being touched in each session is usually a stat to lean on for me.
Right.
So,
yeah, the high of the day is the opening range high, and the pivot's right above that. Interesting.
yeah, but that's a bearish open. I mean, they're close, but both pivots in the same spot on NQ like that, and ES. And I guess, geez, I guess NQ opened like right at 200, huh? That's interesting.
Yeah, and it came back up to that same like 280s spot that we sold off from in the pre-market yesterday before the liquidation.
Yeah.
And every time I see something like that start to manifest in the pre-market, I'm like, no, you've made a deal with yourself. You're not going to trade before the bell anymore, because usually you start your day off red, and then you just start chasing things. So, but sometimes those trades exist.
We got this 78 guy back again. Can I get above this candle? Ooh, there's the bid.
There's somebody trying to party.
Can you get through it? Look at this top. Look at this 86 guy. You're gonna make me put another one on? Hold on, I need to put this above. I'll put this above this candle. I'll get one more in right there. If it's gonna happen. NQ finally touched its actual VWAP, so maybe that's, and it ran some stops on those highs. So if this seller has any juice at all, I don't know. I can't count on a seller for anything though.
That was the words that came out of my mouth yesterday morning.
Yep. I'm just like, God, and this is why you never trust a seller. All right, NQ back at overnight low. NQ is furiously bidding right now. There we go. Okay. And that'll be the last. That'll be the last of that shorting I try.
Like that. Don't like what
Phil,
I just...
so the things that had me playing those shorts is it's kind of this high time frame idea. Also the this passive selling here. So I leaned on it, I don't know, twice. This was a good trade. Happy about that one. Tried it again for that third time, and they finally got through them, at least for the moment. So this 86 is, let me pull it up for you. There's definitely some NQ ES divergence going on. So this isn't as powerful of a thing when that's happening. But if you look right here around this node 85.25, this is the bottom of the weekly balance. Or weekly, it's the -1 standard deviation from VWAP, which I consider to be, bearish trend below. So I was just leaning on that for another push down. We have a lot to go rediscover from yesterday if people wanted to. So that's it. But I had my stop in, right above those highs and got taken out. We can hold up here. We just get back to this 6908 guy eventually. So I might try to position for that. I don't know though. These days are being very weird. Both of them. They're both pretending to downtrend, but the market is in an uptrend. So lots of conflicting stuff. Yeah, pretty weird. I've tried no longs today. That's very odd.
Huh.
Yeah, I don't know, bud. I don't have a clue.
I kind of want to reoffer here, but I kind of don't.
Nah, I'm not. I'm done. I'm good. I think they did their things. They tested the V range. They did a bunch of stuff below. If it's gonna get sucked back down there, that's fine. But it's gonna have to do it without me. We got at least. I mean, I'll see maybe reaction at the 24-hour VWAP, 5-minute OR mid, maybe.
Yeah.
Untouched pivots. I don't like messing with those things. The Job pivot haunts me. I don't know if you're in here, Job, but there's nothing spookier than that pivot not being touched and us being all the way down here. Nick, did you see what they did to the element stuff? It's in
No.
a tiny can now.
Did they charge you the same amount now?
Well, I didn't. Well, this I got from Target, so I don't know.
Oh,
But
interesting.
I think the dosage is different too, so I got to drink 2 of them.
Oh,
I don't know. But yeah, Target has them. $10 a 4-pack. I haven't done the math on that versus Amazon, but
you know what's funny? I listened to you and I did buy the cans, the carbonated ones.
From Amazon?
Yeah, I did get a case from Amazon.
Okay.
And then I kind of was like sitting there. I'm like, I guess this is just like different because I'm so used to like putting them in a shaker cup and just like slamming them after a run here in the
Yes.
summer.
Yes.
So it's like I went in with like, oh, I'm going to drink this fast. And then I end up just kind of sipping on it.
Mhm.
So I don't know. I don't know how I feel about it. It's just a little different.
No, they have different use cases. That's how
Yes.
that's how I describe that. Like mowing the lawn, going for a run, that goes in a water bottle, powder all day for that because you don't want to chug bubbles after a run. That's
Right.
horrible. But are you a streamer boy that might need a little potassium, might need a
Sure.
little magnesium?
Right.
Have a sip. Also, they have this is a lemonade flavor, which I hadn't had before, and it's quite good.
That's interesting.
Yeah.
All right. This is kind of the bottom of the overnight range we're sitting in NQ now.
I mean, it's ripping. It's partying. Now on a trend down day, this is my A+ setup right here too. Oh my God, look at those guys. Test the +1 after a trend down. So we'll watch for a reaction here at 150 and also 92 ish. See what happens. If nobody's home, then yeah, maybe this was just a weird selly day, and we're just gonna cruise from here.
What's gold doing? Anything? Nope. Still sitting in its 5-minute range, 5-minute opening range.
Oh, stream side, your son has a sports drink company. That's fun. Well, number 1, you should be very proud. That's amazing. And number 2, I'll give that a shot. Mr. Algo 3835. I put out a fun video that talks about how I use VWAP bands to determine downtrends and different and uptrends and balance in different time frames. And you can watch that at paintingthetape.net. It's a lot to explain, but pretty much like we spent a bunch of time in this -1 to -2 standard deviation band. We rejected VWAP itself early on, rejected it again. So it's when you see the bands doing this, that is indication of at least an intraday downtrend. So I was trying to ride this. And then once we got below 85, 86, then we were in the -1 standard deviation on the week, which is, it wasn't sloping at all. That's the only thing that kept me from being like Bear City, because it wasn't doing, I mean, they're bracketed. So this is just, it's less extreme. All that being said, though, we're in the top of the monthly band. We're finally back inside of it. Nick, I said this yesterday. Like, I've never seen 3 days live outside of the monthly +2 before.
Yeah, let's be
Never.
honest. I exited a swing short on Tuesday. When you have things like that, you just are like, this is not the time. Clearly, and then I initiated kind of in the consolidation and the volatility crush on Friday post CPI. I opened one, and by Tuesday I had folded my hand. It's just like, hey, you can't fight whatever we want to call that stuff. So clearly, just an outlier couple days, and then you have a move like we saw yesterday that gets retraced. It's just like it's not the time.
Yep.
Just tough to do anything there, which is, I mean, we talked about it on Sunday. I hate trading all-time highs. It's just hard for me to continue to try to buy it, especially days like that where there's not like even decent pullbacks to get long with. Like, you have that a little bit today. You had those yesterday, like those two-way tapes that you can trade that are coming off an area of range from the all-time high. Like, I love trading that, but price discovery, new all-time highs is like my kryptonite. I need some structure.
Man, I love trading all-time highs.
I know you do.
But I also cooked myself yesterday, trading my ass off. That was nuts.
Yeah, there was a lot of trading yesterday.
But it was, I mean, it was sit, rip 10 points, sit, drop 10 points, sit, rip 10 points. It was like I couldn't look away. It was doing everything that I look for it to do. They're gonna kill me on that.
They're gonna pop this, aren't they?
Yep.
How far is that mid?
It's 170.
Yeah, it's 20 points.
172.
Yeah, I don't really want to take my risk all the way. I mean, previous day highs right there. Like, we could definitely go run this.
We got to get to these pivots. Somebody ping Job. Somebody go into the Discord.
No, I'm just going to delete it.
I tried that with all my stuff yesterday. Hey, no problem, Mr. Algo. There's always, man, every time I try to talk about these drinks that I enjoy, there's always somebody that's like, just drink water and eat vegetables. I'm like, okay, cool. There's something to be said for being like health conscious, and then there's another thing to be said for being like completely insano about it. I can't live my life like that.
Yeah.
I like Diet Coke. You know what I mean? I'm not a monster, but I'm allowed to have some Diet Cokes. Everybody needs a fridge cigarette now and again.
Fridge cigarette. Oh, I've never heard that term. That is like,
are you serious?
Perfect. Not for a Diet Coke. That's great.
I'll holler up the stairs to my wife in her office, be like, hey, you need a cig? You need a fridge cig? I even drink because I'm old now, I can't drink caffeine after like 6 p.m. So I got the caffeine-free Diet Cokes for the evening time too.
God, what do we do here?
I don't know. We're in the London OR right now.
Yes.
You gonna short this?
I might take a stab.
Could work.
Yeah, we'll do it. And then possibly re-enter.
I got nothing up here. I think we're going back to 900 for sure. This pattern, I've coined this. This is my proprietary name. So if I hear anybody else ever say this pattern into a Discord or a Twitter, you'll be hearing from my lawyer, who is Leo the Tiger. Um, this is the bid from hell. When you see this chart pattern,
Yep. Just
get
doesn't
out.
stop. Let's see. I'm gonna give this one more second.
I don't hate the mid retest though. And
Yeah.
I mean, it's a bearish open. The high is in the top the top of the 30-second opening range. So it's got all the things. I'll come with you below 92. How about that?
Oh, we're at 95. I was like, what is ES trading? Oh, I don't love this. Should I tighten this?
Everybody's talking about nutrition in the chat. I love it now. Hermitas says every morning they eat a dozen raw eggs and a whole stick of butter. That sounds good.
Yeah,
I mean, you could cook the eggs.
T-bone steak as well, I'm sure.
Just cook the eggs though, and I'm in.
Brad, yeah, gold's been great. I've been trading it a lot the last 2 weeks, and it has, like XY, I had broken up with NQ at times in the last few days. Yesterday, we were back in counseling, and by the end of the day, I was ready to go back to gold. And there you go.
There you go.
Stop out to the opening range mid.
Oh, look at that guy, Mr. 98. That was a big push. That was a big sweep.
Yeah, yes, running.
It didn't even come back to repair those skipped auctions. It skipped 97.50 and 75. And NQ comes back as like not as often as I look at those skipped auctions on NQ way less than ES, but it's pretty weird for ES to sweep and not patch those up quickly. Previous day high. I mean, this is interesting right here. This bid absorption, like immediately at 98.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, a lot of wacky flow stuff today. 0325 is the pivot. Okay. There you go. Okay. Cleaned it up. Good, good, good. Yeah, stream side, they're gonna have like I wouldn't call that a big resting order. Like 230, that's not really anything big. And there's always gonna be, maniacs sitting at the big numbers for ES and NQ. I don't really look at resting liquidity as much as I just look at what is transacted there once it gets there. The delta is much more important to me than what's being advertised. Because it's not real until it's traded, right? So
Yep. Oh, now it's gonna roll. Okay, I mean, I guess the previous day high rejection and the failure at the opening range mid, it would be a better trade.
Pax, let's get out. Let's get out of the top of this thing. Let's bid this thing 15 points to the upside. What do you say? Let's go get to 920. Actually, let's go get to 69.42. You want to do that for Friday? That's what I want to do for Friday. Okay, cool. Pax, I need 2.5 rotations, please, if we can. Woo! Pax is in. Might take a second, but Pax, since you're in here, I was explaining this the other day that I'd never thought of that equidistant idea before you had mentioned it, and just like everything that everybody says on here, and anything that anybody says on the internet in general, I'm always listening and watching and trying things out that people say they look at, because you never know where alpha's going to come from. You gotta look around. So I have been watching that, and it has drastically improved my trading, not just because of like being able to catch that, but being open to the idea that just because something happened in one direction doesn't mean it's going to keep happening in that direction. It can also do the opposite thing in the opposite direction too. And I think so that 30-second opening range thing, that has helped me when, like, if price gets above 69.03 and starts partying, that makes it easier for me to switch processes in my mind and be like, okay, cool, market wants to switch, I can switch. I can be nimble. So that's been very helpful to me, Pax. I want to let you know. So VWAP, I mostly trade my cash account these days. I do run a couple prop accounts on the side as well. Sometimes I'll lever those up and trade them all at once with a copier. But I'm primarily focused on my own account.
These days, I am as well.
For me, it's a really good use of additional leverage in time. And also it's a really good use for me on the show. Whereas like there's trades in here that I would like to take, but I had a really big week. So I am done trading my cash account for the week. I have taken the profits out and shut that thing down. I put the daily loss limit at $100 just in case I accidentally clicked a button. And so I'm preserving that capital over here, but I'm still working on, prop capital in here, which is, I keep separate, and, you got to treat it different. If you treat it like a real account, it will trade the same and feel the same, but it's just a way for me to keep some money separated. Yep, that's true. That's true. Pax is correct. He talks about this being a business, and like, this is a business, dude. I know, because when they make you pay taxes, that's how you know that it's a business.
Yep, that's true.
If you ever thought trading wasn't a business, let me tell you, tax man, it thinks it's a business. Thank you, Skiba, for getting my Offspring reference. I appreciate you. No, Joe, you're not supposed to just write off stuff for your trading. You're supposed to pay taxes on profits. Hey, thank you, Sir VWAP. Hey, no problem, man. Thanks for being here. I appreciate you, bud. Yeah. So, Sir VWAP, to answer that question, you said you're going back and forth between cash account and prop account to see which one you want to focus on more. What I would do and this is what I do for myself, just remove the idea of any of that stuff existing. Like, just put it out of your mind and just focus on the actual trades and just let it do what it's going to do. You know what I mean? Like, you don't want to get sucked into the fact that, like, you're trying to play with the rules of the prop account. Just like, if you're going to do a prop account, get one that is sized so that you can trade it like your normal cash account and just leave it there, trade it like your normal cash account, and just let it grow alongside. Use the leverage for what it is, additional leverage, and just do that. Don't get sucked into all the ifs and ands and all the other things with those things, because that's not going to be good for your process. The more focused you can be on your actual process at all times and thinking less about all the stuff in the background, the better off you're going to be, in my opinion. Mr. Joseph Platinum is screaming at me in all caps. That's okay. It's Friday. You're allowed to yell.
God, now we're just stuck in the opening range.
Yeah, Price loves it here. Let's see. Where's the squiggly line? Down there at like 92? Yeah. I mean, this was weird. This sell at 98.
Mm-hmm.
I wonder what this was doing yesterday. What's all this overnight stuff? Very weird. Very, very weird overnight. I'm going to go back, just kind of get my bearings on what yesterday was doing.
Was that like the point of control from yesterday? Because I feel like we were trading. No.
900 was the most annoying sell ever. I did report him to the government as being part of the Communist Party, so he should be arrested and in jail. Not able to sell today. Yeah, 98. It was definitely a pivot point. So that's something up there. Okay. That's right, Jack Burton. I'll report anybody to that McCarthy commission too, as long as they're against me. But that being said, people who are on my team, you're safe. So don't stress. Oh, sorry. Here we go. I'm always putting my candles in the wrong place. And Kevin's like, Stowe, it's a black screen, dummy. You should hear how they talk to me back here.
Yeah, they're not very nice sometimes.
I can't start that narrative, even though that joke is funny.
No, they are absolutely amazing and the hardest working people in this industry. I can tell you that much.
Yep. Not true. See, Sav's coming in like she's not the ringleader.
Yep.
Good morning, Emmanuel. Good morning. Hey, what's up, Norseman? I might buy this.
Yeah, we're just kind of stuck here. It's holding. Stowe, are you dressing up and going trick-or-treating with the girls tonight?
I am not. No, I don't think I was able to get a costume together. But our trick-or-treat got moved to tomorrow because it's pissing rain right now. How about you? Is yours tonight?
We did a block party last Friday for like
Oh, okay.
the kids, and we shut down our street and just had the kids go all around. So got that out of the way. But no, I'm going to close all the blinds, put a bowl of candy outside, and put a sign up that says "Sleeping Baby, please don't ring the doorbell," because if they ring the doorbell, my dogs will go insane and
Yep.
wake up said baby that will be
Uh-huh.
sleeping. So I will just
Yep.
have a terrible night with trick or treaters. Next year, it's a different story when she's a little older, and
Yeah.
we can
Yeah.
have fun with it. But no, we're not doing that. Not
What
with
was my
a
kid for
1-year-old.
her first Halloween? I think she was a bumblebee or something. What was your kiddo this year?
So she was a triceratops,
Awesome.
and she hated it. So we got like a couple good pictures, and then we just stripped her down, and she was just playing outside with the other kids.
Dude, it's hard being
She's a
parents,
big
man.
fan of like other kids now, so it's like she was just happy to crawl around and hang out with everybody. But yeah, she's in a weird place where anything on her head she like absolutely hates.
Okay. I can see that. Yeah, Willow was there for a time. Willow is gonna be Rumi from the Vampire Demon Hunters or whatever this show is. So she's got big purple hair. She wore to school. My
Nice.
wife is extremely crafty. So she made um she made the jacket and all of the Rumi stuff. It's pretty sick. Yeah, she's so cool. I know it. I'm just surrounded by girls that are cooler than me. It's my whole life. Can you disconnect your doorbell, Nick? Because I can't. I can't. With mine. Otherwise,
mean-
I definitely would have.
It doesn't matter. My dogs will start losing their mind. They'll hear the footsteps on the porch. And you guys
yep.
have seen them. I got those 2 golden retrievers, and
Yep.
golden retrievers have a big, loud, like deep bark, and they are notorious for any sound they will bark. And yeah, so we're not doing that. It's just not happening this year.
Yes, Hans. She has the sword. It doesn't materialize out of thin air, but it's pretty sick.
I never
Oh, I'm
watched
sorry.
that.
K-pop Demon Hunters. K-pop Demon Hunters.
Never watched that one.
Save yourself. You don't have to. If you don't have to watch it, don't watch it.
Yeah. All right.
There you
Red team,
go.
blue team. Like, what are we doing here? Someone
go.
make a decision.
Let's go. Oh, it's happening. Let's go. That's not happening yet. Don't jinx me. Don't jinx me on that soundbite, Austin. That was a stupid sandwich to make, but I really needed to eat something. Yeah, Dallas, it's not bad. See, Dallas watched it. Lots of people have watched this movie. It's very popular. The jams are, I mean, they're all bops, as the kids would say. So, it's extremely catchy. Even if you don't want these songs in your head, they're gonna be in your head.
I got enough problems with things like that happening in my life. I don't need that.
What you got in there right now, Cocomelon?
No, my daughter on walks gets soothed by Taylor Swift now. So my wife has been playing it as we're walking her in the evening, and now those songs are stuck in my head.
You too, my friend. You too. Okay.
Yep. A whole new album.
I'm sorry for your loss, number one. That new record's not as bad as the last couple ones. I like it more.
It's actually not bad. But still, when the first thought as I'm trying to like wake up is not supposed to be a Taylor Swift song playing in my brain.
Yeah, that's why she makes the big bucks, dude.
Can't falter for that.
Nope. There's actually there's a Spotify playlist called Quiet Taylor Swift Songs to Fall Asleep to. And I hear that every night as well. So
Okay.
I got my daytime Taylor, got my nighttime T Swift, I got everybody. Man, this might be the best short of all time up here at 98, huh?
I mean, it just pinged it. Yeah, NQ too, just like right off the 5-minute mid and rejects again.
Yeah. It's 11 o'clock. You're gonna push. You're gonna push a little bit down. I mean, this is pretty aggressive to be this long. Right up here, right out of the day. I guess a pullback to overnight low would probably be better. The tape definitely flipped down there, so I'll put another one on. Why not? It's Friday.
Yeah.
Phoenix says gold's trading in a 10-point range. Did gold finally slow down?
It seems like it.
Enough people trading it that it decided to
It
stop.
went to die. Although it did reject. Like there was probably a decent short off previous day high. Maybe not.
As much as I hate to say
Looks
this,
choppy.
it's on the list for the weekend.
To what? Build a gold chart?
Yep.
I mean, if we're going to keep meandering at the all-time highs, I'm going to continue to trade gold.
I got to see what all the hype's about. I think I finally got sucked in just to take a glance.
It's not bad. Nothing wrong with throwing on some MGC and just having fun. Oh, now they're finally going to do it.
I don't know. No, they keep bidding this 150. And then also keep bidding this 94. I mean, this is my red team right here. I don't know what this red team's doing. He shouldn't be there. So if this red team loses, though, I'll be out. And then I'll look for somebody else back down here at 82. Yeah, but we are just frozen here. This is weird. Do they think we're trading the close right now, Nick?
I mean, it feels like I'm trading the close. This is any preview for Monday's price action with the final qualifier for the Arena Cup. It's not going to be ideal for me finally trading it.
You're going to do great. Oh, my advice for that is don't miss out on 6E. Make sure you get some lots on for 6E.
Yeah, I don't think I've ever even looked at a 6E chart.
I didn't either, and I should have. So,
but I'm going to be using the NT web app because I'm not building 6 charts.
Do you want me to send you my? You don't use VWAP stuff. I was going to say I could build you my simple 1-minute chart of every.
No,
everything.
It's funny. I think on my old Tradeovate one, I think I did the VWAP bands with the +1, -1 standard deviations. Like that was one of the early things I did.
Really? That's cool.
Yeah. Which, because I don't know. I kind of used it, I guess. It was on there when I looked at Tradeovate, I think a couple weeks ago. So I'm assuming that's still my default one that's on like my 5-minute. So I'll probably just build a default chart and then build off that. I don't know what I'm going to trade off of outside of NQ and ES. I'm going to use 5-minute, 1-minute. Get a little weird. I don't know. Nick, how would you describe your current trading style? Very similar to SO and XY, using order flow, volume, delta, things like that to kind of guide entries, exits, and then kind of building not a bias, but a frame of where I'm watching for reactions of trades with MGI. So that's really how I trade on MGI more than anything, and then the reactions around those levels.
Yep. Same.
We won't move.
They're diverging a little bit here for sure. NQ much
Mhm.
stronger. Just in that tiny short term. Trying to lean on this. I mean, if we're gonna get, so we got back to the weekly VWAP from 85. Or no, we haven't. No, weekly VWAP is all the way up at 905. So that's my ultimate target if we're gonna hold 85 is 905, just based on the weekly band stuff. Man, that's a small range though. That's weird.
I mean, this whole thing is weird right now.
Yeah.
Building a lot of volume up here.
I mean, that low is really good. And we're holding the VWAP from the low on ES. I'm sure we're holding it on NQ. That low is not as good. Yeah, we're holding a plus 0.5 on NQ. Okay.
Yeah, we're still holding that. Anchored from the low.
You think the books are thin, Brad? They're not that bad. This is pretty, I mean, it's pretty normal. Like 50 to 100 each tick.
But it does seem like the market did just kind of die.
Yes.
The pace is dead. Everyone's ready to go start their Halloween early, apparently. What are we doing? Make a decision.
Yeah, I'm still going to wait. We're back in this thing, so I'm still going to chill. The low is weak. That's a good low. I like this low.
What's a poor low?
Don't do it. Yeah, for Halloween, I'm going as somebody that doesn't hate a poor low. That's my plan.
So a poor high enjoyer.
Oh, fair enough, Brad. Yeah, no, it's pretty good for now. It's pretty normal, I would say.
Yeah, that's not a terrible, like it's not the greatest. Like ES is a better low, in my opinion. But NQ's is we've had significantly worse lows on this show before.
So you want to know what a poor low is? It's basically just a bunch of equal lows that have not been breached and reclaimed yet. And it's also something that frustrates the hell out of me. So there's that too. There's that too. Oh, a few things in this world worse than listening to the sound of your own voice explain something.
Yeah, it's been something I've had to learn becoming a streamer boy, and even with the podcast now, like listening to it back, it's just like it's just weird because I don't really watch the shows back very often, but you hear your own voice still, and you see it in clips and things. You hear it played back in sound bites constantly. Annoying. Yeah, it is.
Oh, I watch the shows back every day. As soon as the kid goes to bed, I go into a dark office with just a screen, just like I assume Vince Lombardi did. And he was I got my notepad and, I'm going over tape.
Yep.
This joke sucked. This joke was good. That joke was a little inappropriate. You gotta take notes if you want to get better.
Hey, you ain't wrong. All right, let's see if they're going to party now, finally.
Please.
They didn't take your stop out there. That's amazing.
No, they did. I just flattened out.
Oh, okay.
Because it was doing dumb stuff. I got out of this band. But I'm happy to be back in above 95. And they stepped back up there. So we'll see. I mean, NQ at least did a thing. And maybe I should take this NQ short instead. What I need to be is right there. So we're on the 0. There we go.
Hmm.
They might have faked me out, Nick.
Yeah, that would. It's very possible because they kind
Leo,
of did
if
it and didn't make me want to take this short again.
Nope. Yeah, it was strong enough that it also did not make me want to take it. Leo, if you're in the chat, can you please move your 5-minute mid line? Please. Oh, Brad, I don't have a number for what's normal. It's just more of a feel thing. Come on. Come on. Get this 80 guy. Get him out of here. Look at NQ, see what this delta's doing. Holy Moses. Yeah, so we're fighting this little node guy there. I can make a new high there. That'd be good. Previous day high is 180. They're trying to cross.
We're gonna party.
Nope. Nope. Offer refresh. Fairest price ever up here. $11.15. Yeah, this is what I'm missing about Europe closing an hour later is like they have another they have a whole extra hour of, I don't know, effery.
Right.
I don't want to say the F word into the show just in case my kid Googles this in 10 years and is like, Dad, you said the F word into the TV show.
Yeah, the internet lives forever.
Yes, it does.
Oh boy.
I learned that the hard way. Tough getting your nudes removed, let me tell you.
God.
Just kidding. Yeah, IB high would be nice. I'll take that. I know. Sorry, BC Trader. Yeah, I know it's weird hearing me curse in the thing, in the podcast. Let's go get these pivots,
Why not?
Why not? Why not us? Rip this previous day high. Oh my goodness. Come on.
They don't want it.
No. Yeah, we got to make some space for these people. Come on. We got places to go. You got chopped up, Catnip. No worries. No shame in that. Just take a break, regroup. Maybe be done for the day. It's okay. Hey, Job. Good morning, my friend. Finally, Job is here. Job, I'm
Joe
trying
doesn't really do all that much for our team.
Not true. Not true. Job, I'm trying to get to these pivots. Can we get up there, please? Asking for a friend. Trying. Trying to send it. There's some dude at 180 that just like reload, reload, reload. He's back again. Obviously, previous day high is gonna be somebody there. I will. This is what I'm gonna do. I'll front run the pivot by a tick. See if we can get out of this IB. Come on. Come on, baby. Nick, tell me about gold with its how it responds to MGI. Can I just take all my normal dumb stuff that I use all the time and just slide over there?
It seems to respond a lot better to value area highs, value area lows, MGI.
Okay. Okay.
And like the structure just kind of makes sense. It's a little bit more like ES, but it's a little sloppier right now, I think, because the way the spread and the book is just, it's not 50 and hundreds, it's like fives, twos. So but it kind of obeys structure more like ES.
Okay.
But yes, it can easily jump around 10 points in the last couple of weeks of the volatility we've been seeing.
Yeah, Joseph, yes. Thank you. Good point. Got to make sure to change the time settings for the pit open. Different instrument. Gold's 8:30 Eastern?
No.
8 Eastern.
9
Eastern.
8:20 Eastern. God.
8:20?
Yeah, it's odd.
I would have never guessed that one. Okay, fair enough.
No, I just fat fingered that on accident. Oopsies.
Nice little.
Another rejection off previous day
8 billion
high.
top. Yep. They can't keep getting away with this. Hey, Hank. No, it's not proprietary. It is an Order Flow Labs study, so that is the proprietary part about it. But those bars are just a delta volume profile. That's it. Just a different way to look at delta. Yeah, no problem. DK England 2292. First of all, good morning. Second of all, MGI stands for Market Generated Information. It is pretty much anything that is a level that the market just creates by itself. This can be overnight high, overnight low, previous day high, previous day low. Market generated information. Anything that the market does that we're able to glean something from, that's MGI. And I think that's what we use for the most part for like levels. And, you know, you look at different MGIs and how price is reacting around them, where price is relative to where they're at, that sort of thing. And that's how you can develop strategies and stuff like that.
I mean, your red team, blue team on this little consolidation. Look at mine too. It's just look at this mess.
Yeah.
Nobody's making a decision. Just garbage.
Might take all day. Might take all day to get to 6,900. Might take all day to get to the pivot. They keep doing the thing where it's just like they're running out. They just quit. They just run out of steam and they don't complete the move. So buyers are tired, I guess. I don't know.
Maybe
they had all yesterday off, so I don't know why they're so exhausted.
Yeah. Well, it just took a lot of, four gap ups in a row will do that to you.
Fair. NQ gapped up a tiny, tiny bit today. That's 5, by the way. It gapped up 20 points.
I guess you're right. Just the relentless overnight buying.
Yeah. That's why I say Europe has all the fun, man. That's why I'm trying to live in Kane's basement.
They do sometimes. It's just like I get there, and then we consolidate for 4 hours. And I'm just like, what? This is awful.
Do they have basements in the UK? They do, right? I assume.
That's a good question. We don't here in Texas.
You guys don't have basements? Ah, geez. All right. Where am I going to go? Oh, they're called cellars. Okay, fair enough. What's down there? Like potatoes? I assume whenever I hear about cellars, I'm like, what's down there? Like jars of fruit? A cellar and a basement, 2 different things for me. Oh, wine. Okay, that's okay. Prisoners. Trying again. Trying to push this 150 guy down. Let's see if they can get him this time. Nothing. Okay, view up from the low. And keep trying to get exhausted there at that 150. Did a decent print. Oof. They're sweeping down now. If they can't get anywhere, that's good for me. Thought I did back then. Getting a little wiggly now. Okay, got my last one on there. Very tight stop. It's 3.5 points. No, 3 points. That's good. That's good. If we lose this, oh, hey, Arthur. The cat's coming for a nap. That's always a good sign.
He's picking up on the price action.
He's just done. He's done terrorizing his brother. He's like, now I rest. He likes hanging out with me. He doesn't like me very much, though, I don't think. He only likes my kid. I think he's very suspect to me. I am the only one that yells at him, though, so I'm sure that's part of it. Got me.
Was it that simple? Just short the previous day high?
I guess. Sometimes. Sometimes it do be like that. You like 86, 88? That's not bad. Definitely a ton of trapped buying up there now. For sure. And all of this selling now getting rewarded. So I'm good. I'm good on this for now. Who knows what they're going to do? 87. Yeah, I lost its squiggly line is a million miles away now on that puke. Yeah, maybe. We'll see that. Yeah, I mean, we'll maybe see if that 85 holds again. I just don't know what this thing's up to. It's made a double distribution now on ES and NQ, I think. Yeah. So we left this note up here. This is a lot cleaner. Look at all this buying that's stuck. Big passive seller, and then that bid that was trying to hold it, it just got smoked. So I'll watch for this to retest, but I'm most likely done. I'm not going to fight with the end of the month all day because that ain't fun for me. Okay. Thank you, Tracy. Little war news for everybody.
Okay.
I'm not I'm not super familiar about what that war is. That drug trafficking stuff? I know that he's doing stuff with that, but I didn't know what else we were up to in Venezuela.
Yeah, I don't really know either.
You didn't know? Not a clue.
There's a lot of conflicts, I feel like, around the world as it is. Got after all that. I mean, even this, there's still not much oomph on the selling.
Yeah. Yep, there's the 11:30 turn. Okay. Fire out. Hmm. Okay, cool. Thank you, Tracy. Yeah, I watched something about that. The airstrikes, drug trafficking related airstrikes. That was a pretty wild watch last night. I don't know why I chose to punish myself with that, but I did.
I can't
nice
watch
little Thursday
anything.
for yourself.
I've officially reached where I need something to turn my brain off. Like
Yep.
I can't do real world things
That's
anymore.
that. I mean, that's dad life, baby. That's what it
Yep.
is. You gotta like, okay, yep, that ain't gonna be it. You know, the other thing I've been doing, I haven't watched a season of Family Guy since like season 4.
Yep.
And there are, I don't know, 35. It's something insane.
Yep.
And I'm going through all of those, and it is wild what I have been missing.
I'm sure. Yeah, I have
So
not.
cool.
It's like things that I used to put on the background when I lived alone, I
Yeah,
guess,
yeah.
too. It's just like that would always just kind of be background noise when I'm doing other things. And yeah, apparently they did in like another 30 seasons.
Yes.
Who knew?
And it's funny because it shows up on so it's on Disney. So when we log into Disney, there's like recently watched, right? And my daughter was like, "What's this cartoon?" I was like, "That's a cartoon for grown-ups." And she just goes, "They don't make cartoons for grown-ups, Dad.
Huh?
That's crazy." It's like, all right, yeah. Fair point. What's that House of Dynamite last night? What's that, Sean?
Oh, that's that new Netflix movie.
Oh, okay. Is it spooky?
I don't know. I think it's something to do with like a nuclear warhead gets launched and it's like
Ooh.
dealing, I don't know. I think it's like the command center dealing with that. I
Okay.
guess that's what the trailer looked like.
I like it. I like espionage. I like stuff like that. I like, I can get behind that. Um, yeah, I like political thrillers, I guess. Mindless ones, if possible. I finished that Task show. I didn't like that as much as everybody said that I was going to. Did you watch that movie or that
Have
show?
have not watched it.
Okay.
Worth it? No.
I'll let you go. I'll let you go on it.
Okay.
It was a little more. It was a little more heady than I was ready for. I think it was. It was less of. Yeah. There's a lot going. There's a lot going on. I think they were trying to get deep about a lot of stuff. I also felt like it ended like 4 times. Yeah.
It keeps building on a different, like what you think it's going to end, and then it's like, oh well.
No, it would have like a big ending, and I'd be like, "That's weird." There was only 6 episodes in this. I'm like, "Oh wait, no, there's another one." Oh wait, no, there's another one, and it just kept
Interesting.
going. Yeah, yeah. It was fine. I'm looking for like True Detective season 1. You know, I haven't
Yeah,
had a
but
show be like
no
that
one-
amazing in forever.
No one's done that.
Right.
Nobody has done that, and it's hard. I mean, you put those two in anything, I'm sure it's going to be good. But
Even
yeah,
True Detective couldn't do it more than
no.
once.
And the other one, the rest of the seasons are terrible.
I think four was okay, or three
Which-
was okay.
Which one was that?
It was the one where like it was like missing kid in the woods.
Oh yeah,
That
did
one
not
was,
enjoy the Alaska one.
oh, yeah, that was odd. I tried.
Got very like ghost paranormal. It was like it got weird.
I just think Jodie Foster's character was too unbelievable. I was like, no one acts like this in real life.
Alaska
know?
apparently weird. Maybe I don't know. But yeah, Homeland best TV series. See, same thing there. Like the first season of Homeland was amazing, and then it got weird.
Yeah. Yep.
Clearly, they didn't have a like a full story arc of what they were trying to do.
Have you ever tried to watch Homeland after and not picture him as Bobby Axelrod? Because
I can't.
You can't.
I can't.
Not possible.
Nick, you trading at all? Yeah, I tried to short up here, and we just kept building out this node.
Yep. Nope.
There
Yeah,
just hasn't been a lot to do just yet.
I haven't had any good trades today. I tried to push it this high to get to the pivot, got stopped twice. Okay, a couple good shorts in the morning, but other than that, I'm pretty much.
I am
much
currently up
cooked.
$130. If it shows you that I just
Nice.
have not found a great trade today.
That's a win, dude.
Hey,
That's
it's
like
green.
that's like 10 Jersey Mike subs with bacon.
There we go. I'd like to see. I mean, we already tried to bounce off this. Let's just see if something happens here off the overnight low. ES and NQ both sitting
Yeah,
at theirs.
They're not doing it. It doesn't matter. They've kicked off of it. I think they're just rotating down now.
Yeah.
NQ going back to 2600. ES back to this 82 probably.
Stowe needs a meme coin.
No, I don't.
The Stowe coin. Someone will
You mean like I
do
need
it
to
now.
buy one? Listen, if somebody starts a meme coin for me, please, I will be so bummed. Please don't do that. Those things are ridiculous. My life is enough of a meme as it is.
They really shook me out of this, and now we're gonna roll it. That's annoying.
Okay, watch here.
Annoying.
Quite annoying.
Yes. Stoge coin apparently is would be the name.
Well, all right. Well, I appreciate the dad punnery of it. Yeah, we're just at this 26,100 guy again. We ran those. Did we run those little stops there at 82? A little bit. Yep. Just going to do balance day stuff, Nick.
Yeah, looks
now.
like it. Yeah, with all these, well, we'll see if these guys are still here
Yeah.
at 190.
Yes, back to the weekly open there.
Dang. Oh, that's a bummer.
Hmm. I found a bid. I don't know if it's real or not.
Right.
The weekly open will just it'll just have people that do stuff at it, and it's always a pain. It's a pain on the way up, a pain on the way down. I'm trying to sell it. I'm trying to puke it out. So damn scared. Yeah. I also find that my a lot of my stuff isn't great on the last day of the month. Any sort of or like roll day, any of that stuff is just like my MGI gets a little slippery. My V range gets a little slippery. Big buyer there at 80.
I think they're going to break this.
Let's see.
There's bid still trying here.
This 90 guy just needs like every fill imaginable.
Yeah. He's got unlimited liquidity.
Is Gamma right here? Somebody tell
yes.
me.
Yes. There would be the Gamma would be in the room right here on ES.
Classic. I think correct me if I'm wrong, but I think gold rolls every month. Is that a monthly contract?
You're asking the wrong guy, my friend.
Okay. Cool. Somebody in chat asked, and I don't know, man.
It might.
Pushing.
Maybe not, because I think we're on December for gold. But I don't know.
There's so much lower we could go. We
Mhm.
can get back to that 69 spot. Why didn't they want to do this before? Ugly. Nasty work. Was that the IB for NQ? No, not even close.
No, it's that's 60s.
All right, so IB stats still open. I'm going to try to get in here again? No, I'm not.
I kind of want a long.
I ain't doing that either. This day has done the opposite of what I wanted to do. You party on.
I guess my initial thought was to re-offer up there, and it played out. So
Yeah.
this is where I get into trouble, where it's just like I'd love to be riding this for new lows. Like that would have been the trade. And you get into this thing where you don't take it, or you get stopped out and don't re-enter, and then you're like, okay, let me look for the next trade. And I don't think that one is even valid.
No, I know what you mean. Oh, nice. Thank you, Tracy. So it looks like gold rolls every 2 months. You got to crack this now, right? Hmm. Whoa. Whoa.
What was that?
Whoa.
Oh,
Hello.
look, more end of the month shenanigans or something, or news or shenanigans.
Tracy?
Right before it sucks is like right before it was about to take out that low too. Is that percent on the bid?
Hello? Any anybody want to tell me what happened?
Tracy, Mom,
Tracy,
meet me.
Mom! Now we came back up to that 85. So, I mean, this is whatever this is happening. This is news. This is something. So,
Yeah, that's got to be news. We're
It is.
rocketing.
it is what it is. Oh, that was a big
Sure.
rocket there.
China tariffs going well or something stupid.
We're so- Nick, we're so jaded. It's like, you know what I mean?
It's okay. It's stuff like that where it's like, okay, we still don't have anything tangible in writing. It's just a lot of jargon being thrown around. And I just hate getting stopped
Yeah.
out of trades or being thrown out of a swing short because of things like that. And then the move happens 2 days later.
The breaking no tariffs on Halloween. That's good. That's good. Bullish for Snickers, I guess. It's so funny. I just feel like most of us are just like the Ben Affleck meme, you know?
Yep. It's hard to
Just-
not be a little
just
jaded
smoking a
as a
cig.
trader.
So yeah, big pop, sold. No way to know what it was, what it is, what it could be. Pretty funny.
I'm still not seeing anything.
Yeah, it's fine.
Oh, there we go. Trump on China would love to get rid of an extra 10%.
Nice.
No strikes on Venezuela.
Okay. Well, fair enough.
Commander
was
in
good.
chief tweeting. So naturally, we rip up 100 points on NQ. And then immediately reoffer.
Yeah, we're right back here. Yeah. So that
It's like the algos just be like, oh, okay, bye. And then that's it.
yep. This is why it's very challenging to be short. Also.
Always.
Okay. Thank you, Tracy. The meeting with China was incredible. I bet it was. They gave him a golf club. They still want to go get this low, though.
Yes, they do. It's like, so the algos bid it back up, and then the adults in the room were like, no, we're going to go touch that low.
I don't know.
We'll see.
Yeah, they just like, just stacked it right back on.
That would have been a move, though. If I was trailing my stop, I'd have been so pissed.
Oh, now it's the piss missile down.
Yep. All right, for the love of God, take out the low, though.
No, let's make it nice and gross.
Now it's a gross low. Now, okay, so we were wondering like is the NQ one that bad? It wasn't. Now if this holds, it's terrible.
Yeah. Now the ES one is worse too. So yeah. Nice little brick of a low down there. I mean, this is where everybody was stuck on that news. So we'll see if they want to get out of this.
Well, clearly he's tweeting because Tracy's putting more things into the chat
nice.
with Trump saying we will not start renegotiations with Canada.
Okay. Thank you, Trump, for the Halloween volatility. Fortunately, neither of us were able to capitalize on it. Nick, you almost bought that too.
I did. I did. I would have, and I was short up here. It's just, yeah. I mean, come on. We were going to make a new low, like that, a Trump tweet saving that potential bad idea.
Yep.
Like talk about a hand of God type trade. I've been on the right side of those sometimes, but I've also been on the wrong side of a tweet from him.
Yeah. Yeah, it ain't fun.
No, you get slipped like 20 points on NQ.
Now stuck below the weekly open again. 81. What you doing?
Oh, don't leave that low.
Oh, dude. Look at that freaking low. They made it worse.
They did.
When we said they made it worse.
They're like, oh, you loved basically the third equal low? Here's a fourth.
No, weekly open's getting defended here. It's getting defended. For now. Oh boy. What are you going to do? You got one shot at continuation here, Mr. Bear. It's just this little LVN. This little baby guy. Yep, there's your seller. Nice and tight. Oh, right there. All right, I'll take this short. I might get blasted for 2.5 points, but that's okay. Somebody's getting lifted right here. But they're pushing back, so there you go. Come on, Mr. Seller, be somebody. That's your window. I will take one outside the IB low, and I will save the other one for way lower in case we're going to wash this out. What's been better to trade today, ES or NQ? Neither of them for me.
Yeah.
Not a great trade day for me.
Yeah. I had a scratch and a loss.
Yep. I am definitely pushing at the edges of a day that has not tried to leave this range. So that has been the story of me. I've taken good shots. I'm happy with what I took. I probably should have got out of that long at 95 a little sooner than I did. But I like that we squeezed off of this low, came right back down to it. That seller stepped in there at 81. We're below the weekly open. All that stuff is what I'm leaning on right now. So we'll see what we can get. If it wants to go back up, that's fine. I'll just be done for the day. Yeah, John. None of the above. Yes, all of this. Yes, actually, Chubby Pandex. All of this is because Nick mentioned a poor low earlier. That is true.
It is. The Trump tweet and everything.
You guys don't know this about Nick, but he actually has a direct line to Trump's bat phone. He can call that thing whenever he wants to.
Yes, I can. I told him to put another candy bar on top of a child's head.
Dude, that's so
for
funny.
the meme.
Oh. I love somebody that appreciates a meme. I just do. I can't help but respect it.
He was just like thinking like I got to find another costume to do that.
Absolutely. 100%. There you go. Get this low. Get this low.
Don't you dare.
NQ did make a new low.
It did.
So this is just ES. It's disgusting right now. Okay, so NQ did break its IB. Okay, there it goes. ES going to take its out now. Nice.
Okay, we cleaned it up.
Woo! We're going to follow through. A bunch of resting orders came in there, 73.50. Very happy. We'll see. Got my finger on the flatten button. Don't want to waste these 5 points. Yep. That's good enough for me.
That was all they could muster, huh?
No, I think we can still do it, but I just don't want to be short in the hole.
Yeah, that's true.
They're doing all kinds of dumb stuff down here. That ain't a game for me. I don't know, man. Do you got anything else? Is it time to call it a Friday? I forgot. I'm the one that gets to say goodbye.
You're closing
today,
us out today.
Yeah, that's right.
No. End of month, Halloween. Trump is tweeting, so God only knows which direction we will end up. Yeah.
Yep.
Not a whole lot to do. There were opportunities for sure. It's just got a little sloppy up there in the opening range.
Yes, it did. Well, folks, if you have some grass to touch, go touch it. I hope you have a nice weekend with your fam if you guys celebrate Halloween. And yeah, thanks for hanging with us as always. Best community in the biz. Jim says that and he means it when he says it. And, I believe the same. So don't forget to like and subscribe. Tell your friends that we're here every day trading and partying. And yeah, we will see you Sunday, right?
Yes.
Well, not me. Somebody will see you on Sunday.
Somebody will see you on Sunday.
All right. Thanks, folks. And remember the most important message of the day, especially going into the weekend, stay safe out there and be good to each other. All right. Thanks, folks.
Cheers.
Imagine being able Stop filled. Order filled. Order filled. Order filled. Order filled. Order filled.
Order filled. Order filled. Stop filled. Stop filled. Order filled. Stop filled. Order filled. Order filled. Order filled. Stop filled. Order filled. Order filled. Order filled. Order filled. Order filled. Stop filled. Order filled. Order filled. Order filled. Order filled. Order filled. Order filled. Stop filled. Order filled. Stop filled. Order filled. Stop filled. Stop filled. Stop filled. Order filled. Stop filled. Order filled. Order filled. Order filled. Stop filled. Order filled. Stop filled. Order filled. Stop filled.
Easy dub. We're gonna be up. Oh shoot. Damn!
Order filled. Stop filled. Order filled. Stop filled. Order filled. Order filled.